Good evening, everyone. I'm Shannon Rutherford, the town planner. I'll do roll call for our Plan and Zoning Commission. Mike Graboulas.
Here.
Scott Halstead,
Here.
Matt Wagner,
Here.
Liz Sanford,
Here.
Inez St. James.
Here.
We got Mike Walsh
Here.
and James Ratcliffe.
Here.
I will note for the record that Patrick Carrier and Matthew Bandel are not in attendance this evening.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Inez St. James. Welcome to Town of Farmington Plan and Zoning meeting. Today is Monday, May 8th. And Scott, if you can read the legal notice, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. Notice is hereby given that the Town Plan and Zoning Commission will hold a hybrid in-person and online public hearing on Monday, May 8, 2023 at 7:00 PM in the Town Hall Council Chambers on the following applications. David Spitz, application for special permit for expansion of home in excess of 2,400 square feet of living area and 3,200 square feet of total area at 19 Burlington Road, R20 zone. Isabella and Christopher Gaylord, application for special permit for expansion of home in excess of 1,600 square feet living area and 2,200 square feet of total area at 48 Webster Street, R12 zone. Town of Farmington / Eversource, application for special permit for the removal of 17 trees within the scenic road portion of Old Mountain Road between Mountain Spring Road and Talcott Notch Road, R80 zone. Interested parties are encouraged to participate in this hybrid public hearing. Participation in person is at 1 Monteith Drive, Town Hall, Town Council Chambers, or online participation is via the link to the meeting on the Town of Farmington's website at the address on the screen. A copy of this proposal is also online at the address on the screen or by calling the Planning Department at Farmington Town Hall at 860-675-2325. Dated at Farmington, Connecticut, this 20th day of April, 2023. Town Plan and Zoning Commission, Inez St. James, Chair.
All right, thank you. For folks that have not attended our meeting before, we cover new business. Today, we just have one item. Then we switch over to public hearings. Public hearings is a combination of the applicant telling us about the application, its commissioners asking question, and you, the public. We have folks here, we have folks on the phone. At this point, we're not going to limit the comments, but we may have to. You've been really, the folks that have been here with us, you've been very patient. The last meeting ran, I think, into 12:40 a.m. or something like that. We really don't want to be here. No one wants to be here that late. So without further ado, let's kick this off and hopefully we will move right along. Everybody will have a chance to speak in favor or position of the applications, ask questions. Thank you for electing us. We're all volunteers and let's do this. So first item is a new business item is a sign application from Sign Pro Incorporated. It's for a property located at 15 Executive Drive. And who do we have?
We have Chrissy Bracadafaro. So Chrissy, if you would go ahead, introduce yourself and discuss the application for the commission, please.
Hello.
Good.
Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better than last time. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep. Loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So thank you to the commission for hearing this proposal. We have a short and sweet proposal here for a wall sign and a ground sign. The wall sign is going to be a halo lit sign on the front facade, 84.5 square feet total, Legacy Church. And the ground sign will utilize existing illumination, external illumination, is 18.7 square feet. The height has been reduced from 6 foot 2 inches to 6 feet to meet regulation. It will have a stone base, an aluminum face, vinyl lettering, and will be only one-sided, visible from Executive Drive. It also meets both of the setbacks as far as the front yard and the side yard. And I believe that is it, unless anyone has any other questions.
Thank you, Chrissy. And this property used to be occupied by Malibu Fitness, right?
Correct.
Okay, awesome. All right, let's do it. Mike, questions?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, Matt?
No questions.
Scott?
No questions.
All right, Liz?
No questions, thank you.
James?
No questions.
And,
No questions.
okay. All right, I do not have any questions. It's pretty self-explanatory. It fits all the town sign requirements. It sounds like we may need a motion and a second, and we're ready to vote.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Sign Pro Inc.'s sign application for Legacy Church at 15 Executive Drive.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're good. Chrissy, you're all set, and you'll be hearing from Shannon. We're good?
Great, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thanks for calling in. All right, on to the public hearing. The first item in front of us is an application from Town of Farmington / Eversource. It's an application for special permit for the removal of 17 trees within the scenic road portion of Old Mountain Road. The location is Old Mountain Road between Mountain Spring Road and Talcott Notch Road, R80 zone. And who is presenting?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Jim Rusbazen from the town down at the highway garage and also the tree warden in town. And this is Julian.
Hello, Julian Pachano with Eversource Arborist for the Hartford District.
Okay, welcome.
So basically, it started with Eversource. They're doing line cutting and they got me involved. All these trees are on town property and would be our responsibility to come down anyways. I think if you guys got their pictures of.
Yep.
For me, it's a safety issue. It's not about Eversource getting what they want, but every one of these trees, as far as I'm concerned, should be down. For the liability reasons.
Okay. Anything else from Eversource or?
As he said, all of these pose some risk to the road and the lines, and the majority of them are dead. You can see that one's actually filled with foam, so it's hollow there. All of them are either, or the vast majority are dead, disease, or dying. And it would be a good to take them down while we're here to.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let me turn it over to the commissioners and then the public, all right? So, Mike, do you have questions?
No questions. It's one of the worst areas in town when it comes to trees and coming down on power lines, so definitely needed.
Okay. Matt,
No questions.
Scott,
No questions.
all right, Liz,
No questions. The pictures say a lot. Thank you.
They do.
all right, James,
What Liz said, no questions.
all right, and Mike.
No questions.
I do not have any questions either. They all look like they don't have any leaves, and the foam one, I don't know what the point of the foam one is, but it's definitely not a healthy tree. So thank you for the recommendation. It is a public hearing though. So let's turn it over to folks that are here first and then on the phone. So if there's someone here that has questions, wishes to speak in favor or opposition of this application, please come up to the podium. And please state your name and address. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Peter Roberts. I live at 326 Old Mountain Road. I would like the committee to defer any action on this proposal until such time as the proposed 17 trees are marked in such a fashion that it is clear to the residents of the road what trees are going to be killed. We cannot determine that from the maps that have been provided, and we cannot determine it from visual inspection on the road. Therefore, we don't know what's coming down. And until we do, we would then take you back to the scenic road ordinance in which the residents of the road do have a voice on how the trees are managed on our road. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else that's in the room, come on up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Burnett. I live at 354 Old Mountain Road. I'd like to agree with Peter's comments. I walked a section of the road this morning. As he said, I had to assume the tree markings. There's a little white circle at the base of some of the trees that look like they were candidates for being removed. But as Peter indicated, there was nothing in the letter that we received that indicated that was true. I also tried to correlate the trees that I saw with positions on the map, and there is not a correlation. The trees that I saw that were marked with a white circle were not where they were indicated on that map in relation to the numbered telephone poles. So it became very confusing to really make sure I was looking at the trees that were slated to be taken down. I will say that a couple of the trees that were near my house that were marked with a white circle did appear to be dead or dying. And I wouldn't have any problem with those particular trees being taken down, but I am confused by the relationship between what was marked with the red dots on those maps and the relation of the telephone poles. It's just not correct. Finally, there are 19 numbered trees on those maps, and the request was for 17 trees. So that's another point of confusion.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. And we will have the allow the applicant to reply to your questions, sirs. Anyone else that's in the room? We're good. Okay, Shannon, anyone online?
We do. There is a hand raised. Marcelo, you should be able to unmute your microphone and address the commission. Please, your full name and street address, please, for the record.
Good evening. My name is Marcello Giaco. I live at 229 Old Mountain Road, and I agree with the two gentlemen that just spoke. One of these trees, apparently it's at my property. I know which tree it is because when someone came to the property, they gave me notice that they were looking to take down the tree, but I do not agree with that. The tree is healthy. It's fully leaved right now. It's not facing any danger to the road or to the power line. And if there is indeed the intention to remove the tree, I would like to have someone over here to discuss further, please.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
No, at this time, there's no other hands raised, so I'll just ask if anyone is called online to offer comment regarding the Eversource application for removal of trees on Old Mountain Road. Please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. No, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, and in this room, is there anyone else? We're good. Okay, so if you could come back, thank you, and respond to the questions.
Absolutely. Some words of statement. I don't know what the first gentleman, second gentleman. Absolutely, we could get together. If I get your information, we could walk that whole road and I could show you as far as 19 instead of 17. The first two that are on the map are actually before Mountain Spring Road. There was, I think it might have said refusal on the list. Those don't pertain to the scenic. They're closer down to Route 4. That's where we came up with the 17. Originally, it was 19, but those are outside the limits. What else?
The marking, right? There seems.
Yeah. If you want, we could certainly, like I said, if you wanted to call the highway garage, I could meet you and we could put ribbons around all the trees. They're marked with the dot, and Asplin was supposed to have put a ribbon.
We were looking for a ribbon.
Yeah. Yeah, Asplin was supposed to put a ribbon.
Okay, well,
So,
and
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I was just to say, we could, the commission, if you,
Right.
like, you could continue, let this,
Yeah,
so that the review, get them marked out in the field. And then just come back at the next meeting to do a final discussion on that.
everyone good with that? Okay.
Yeah, and if the gentleman who had the opposition to the tree in
Yes,
front of his
Of course, yeah,
Yeah.
property, if we want to get the contact information and the location of that, I'd be happy to go over any questions about it.
what,
Certainly.
besides the correspondence, do you actually try to knock on people's doors? Like what actually happens?
Asplin's a contractor for Eversource.
Yep.
They get their list to work through Eversource. They go, they mark all the trees. they decide through us and with the private, our surveyor goes out there. Every one of these trees that we have marked are owned by us. They're not on private property. There are some on private property,
Yeah.
but Asplin has contacted those people. And they either got a yay, like I said, the first or second one on the list down by, I think, closer to Route 4,
Mhm.
Monster Oak, right next to the wires.
Yep.
He didn't want it to go. So that tree is staying.
Do you have Mr. Marcello at 229 Old Mountain? Like, that's the caller? Like, was there a conversation? It sounds like something that's simple, right? But
Yeah,
if we have a
We- I-
communication breakdown,
absolutely. I can contact him. 100%. It's, what the requests are not crazy.
sure. So, all right, so we will continue to give an opportunity for the town to work with the residents. The trees that are on private property, I definitely think there has to be a conversation.
No, there is. So
Okay.
we don't remove a tree without.
Okay, all right, good.
consent from the property owner.
Okay.
That's standard.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, the only trees that are before the commission are the ones in the right of way. So any of the trees, the 17 that are before the commission for review
Mhm.
are in the town right of way. That's the extent of our scenic road designation and our authority. Is
Understand.
anything within the right of way. So there isn't anything that you would be reviewing that's on private property.
Understand. Okay,
Okay.
that's a good clarification. Let's run through commissioners one more time. Ribulas, Mike, excuse me.
No question.
It's all right, thank you.
I was gonna ask about the 17 trees. That makes sense. So just to confirm, the 17, all 17 are dead or dying in your
In my
opinion?
opinion, absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Scott, any more questions?
No questions.
Liz,
No, thank you.
Jane,
No questions.
No questions.
all right, so thank you again for coming in. Thank you for folks that are here that have called in. And we need a motion and second to continue, please. And it would be
But I was just
22nd.
gonna say
The
what,
22nd to May
22nd.
22nd.
And I'm looking
yes,
at you, Liz, sorry.
I know. I'm the big winner. So I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing till the proposed date of May 22nd, 2023 of the Town of Farmington Eversource application. Excuse me, for a special permit for the removal of 17 trees within the scenic road portion of Old Mountain Road between Mountain Spring Road and Talcott Notch Road, R80 zone.
Second,
Oh, did I miss? it?
you're good,
Fine,
you're good.
the chair.
Yeah.
Which alternate is voting?
Which alternate is voting? James, I'm looking at James.
I'll be here.
That's fine, all right, it's James, thank you.
I'm good.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one, thank you.
Okay.
James Ratcliffe is voting. All right, so we need a second, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so the item is continued. Thank you for coming in. Thank you. That was good, Sandy. All right,
That's why we need Sandy
She
here.
keeps us on our toes.
Yeah.
that's right. All right, moving right along. The next item is an application from David Spitz for special permit for expanded home in excess of 2,400 square feet of living space area and 3,200 square feet of total area at 19 Burlington Road, R20 zone. All right. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Just want to give a little background. So my wife and I have lived in Farmington for the past, I'm sorry,
What is your name?
David Spitz.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So my wife and I have lived in Farmington for the past 6 years. We plan on this being our forever town. We have 7 children between us, 6 grandchildren, all in the area. My daughter actually lives 2 minutes from this new site. That's how I found the lot, actually. My other daughter lives 8 minutes away. My wife's not here tonight. As I read the letter, you'll kind of understand why this social anxiety with this is too much for her, but I'd like to read to the board. I also brought, I don't know if I should hand it out. I thought there were only 3 people, so I brought papers of nearby homes that are actually the same square footage or larger. Should I hand that out or?
Sure, we'll look at it. Was this supplied to the town or no?
No, it was just
Okay.
in preparation for.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So I don't know why.
Yeah, you just go ahead at the end and we'll, yep.
So I'm going to read the letter. I think I wanted to put all my thoughts together. On behalf of my wife and myself, I'm requesting a special permit for the construction of our new home at 19 Burlington Road in Unionville. Our current home is not suitable for my wife, who suffers from drop foot following a medical error almost 5 years ago. My wife is a fall risk and she has fallen numerous times, fracturing her right elbow, left rib, and dislocating her right shoulder 7 times and her left shoulder 4 times. Because she is a high risk of further injury, I found it necessary for us to find or build a home designed to meet her accessibility needs, including having everything she needs on the first floor to reduce the risk of falls. After being unable to find a suitable home for her in Farmington, I knew building a new home was the only option if we wanted to stay in Farmington, which we do. Our new home, designed by Garth Meehan in Farmington, accommodates my wife's disability, but unfortunately, we are over the living area by 428 square feet. I know Shannon said something about the unfinished area is a little large. I'll address it. As per the current R20 zoning. However, our new home will be only 18 feet 2 inches tall instead of the allowed 24 feet in height as measured per the zoning regulations. The regulations state, and I'm paraphrasing, for the purpose of applying the regulation, the area of the home shall exclude unfinished attic space. In my humble opinion, because of the cape design, the space above the living area without flooring is unfinished attic space. During the design phase, we were cognizant of the importance of keeping our home in a similar style and character of existing homes in the area. As you can see by the design, our home is a cape, which I believe accomplishes the goal of having it fit well into the local area. In addition, because our home will be set back 150 feet from the road on 1.7 acres, the size of the home will look much smaller compared to homes closer to the street. Because we had to design the home for my wife's needs on one floor, and we needed a spare bedroom in my office upstairs, it created a larger empty area above much of the lower level. We removed the door access to above the garage and do not plan on putting flooring on any of the non-living area on the second floor. We plan on staying in this home forever, but if in the future a new homeowner wants to finish the unfinished area, I assume the building department has the option to refuse a permit or maybe come back here. I would like to point out that 4 homes directly across the street from our lot on Valerie Lane are all above the 2,400 square feet. Their lots are also much smaller, all under ½ acre, and the homes are close to the street. All of them are colonials with a high front profile. The sizes are as follows: 1 Valerie Lane, 2,600 square feet, 2 Valerie Lane, 2,848, 3 Valerie Lane, 2,884, and 4 Valerie Lane, 2,860. In quickly searching surrounding homes, I even found one at 74 Westview Terrace on a 0.4 acre lot of 3,092 square feet. Carol King, our realtor, has already sold our Farmington home as our current home poses a significant risk to my wife's safety, and we have exhausted all other options for finding a suitable home in Farmington. We are committed to building a home that meets all safety standards and is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
I also brought, in case somebody wanted to see, my wife's medical records.
Oh, no, that's
I
not.
watched Judge Judy and she always said to bring.
Wow, thank you. No, that is not necessary. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Oh my, okay. I will turn it over to the commissioners for questions. Mike?
I have no questions.
All right, Matt?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott?
No question.
Okay, Liz?
No questions.
James?
Don't have any questions either.
And Mike?
No questions.
All right, so this home was approved, right? Already before. It's not built.
So it's not built.
It's a
So
lot.
it went through, it's a lot. So the subdivision went through. So we had the property at 17 Burlington, went through wetlands and then a subdivision, in order to create this lot for 19. So,
Okay.
but at that point, they didn't have the exact footprint of the home because it's typically owner specific.
Sure.
And so at this point, when it came in for building permit, we recognized that it exceeded the thresholds for the R20 zone.
Can I point one thing out that she just made me think of? when I met with Bruce, we were limited to the footprint of a particular rectangle.
Sure.
And because of that, I couldn't like just add another bedroom to the side, which wouldn't have created like this space up above. So it's kind of because it was a cape that we have all that front space and of course the spot above the garage, which in the new plan, we took out the door that we don't even have access above the garage. And I'm not putting flooring on any of the unfinished space.
Thank you for providing us with the similar properties. Valerie is a small subdivision. Yes, the homes are large, but we don't see them from the road. In my opinion, this home just seems really large as compared to what's surrounding the proposed home. And it is set back, right? Yeah, like you said.
Yeah. So here's the site plan. So this is Burlington Road. Valerie Lane is showing here off the top edge of the page. This is the existing home 17. And then the lot, you can see 17 was carved out and then the lot for 19 will wrap around. So the lot for 19 is quite larger.
And if I can add, the front of the home is that cape looking and the back of the home has the woods and the side of the home has the woods where that larger portion would be facing.
And correspondence was done? Did anyone write in? Or?
We have no written correspondence.
Okay, thank you. Communication was sent out though. Okay. Thank you. All right, so this is a public hearing. Let's turn it over to the public. Is there anyone in this room that wishes to speak in favor or opposition of this application? Come on up, please, and please state your name and address.
Should I sit or just?
Sure, if you don't mind for a minute, sure. And then we'll do the responses at the end.
Good evening, Susan Elphick. We live at 7 Burlington Road. And we were notified of the house. Yes, it's a lot bigger than our raised ranch, but we have absolutely no objections. We think that it's going to be a nice addition to the neighborhood. And I understand perfectly the reason for the style of house that it is. I kind of wish I was on one floor too. But we have absolutely no objections. We're totally in favor of it.
Thank you for coming in. Great. Anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding this application? We're good. Okay, how about online, Shannon?
If anyone is called in online to offer comment regarding the application for David Spitz for home at 19 Burlington Road, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom and you'll be acknowledged to address the commission. One more time, if anyone's called in to offer comment regarding 19 Burlington Road, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
All right, anyone else in the room? We're good. I have a question, Shannon. What happens with the unfinished space? I mean, if it property transfers, it's out of our hands, right?
So that's, Mr. Spitz is correct with respect to the way the regulation is written, that unfinished attic space typically is not included. We, as staff, are looking at it from the massing of the home. Once it's built, we're hard pressed to then try to explain to the next homeowner that even though that space is there, they now need a special permit to finish when there's no exterior change to the building, right? The roof isn't going to change. The sides of the building aren't going to change at all. And now you need a special permit to finish space that's already part of your home. So our preference is to do it all as part of the application, and that's really how it will be treated, so that if somebody in the future owns the home, they'll be able to pull the building permit and finish the space. Because it's
Go ahead, it's still open.
I would be willing, because I have no intentions of expanding it, to put a covenant on the title restricting that.
It's completely up to the commission. I don't think it's not something that staff is
I would do either, either
hard.
way I would do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And any more questions, commissioners? Or
Just for Shannon, what's the distance from the road to the?
Should be 150 to the house and 140 to the garage, because the garage comes out 10 feet.
Okay.
So I felt 150 back, the perspective makes it look much smaller.
Okay. Thank you.
go ahead.
Just one for me, to confirm the garage doors, typical height.
Typical 9 foot wide, yeah, typical, same what's on the plans if you saw there.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, we'll just continue now. Liz, any more questions?
No, they were just answered.
James?
Good.
Mike?
No questions.
All right, so we have no one else in here, no one else online?
There
So
are
I guess-
no hands raised regarding this
Okay.
application.
All right, so at this point, sounds like we have enough information to close the public hearing, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we need a motion and a second, please, before discussion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the application by David Spitz for special permit for expanded home in excess of 2,400 square feet of living space, living area, and 3,200 square feet of total area at 19 Burlington Road, an R20 zone.
Second,
Second.
all right, discussion? Everybody know what we're voting on?
Yeah,
All right,
I,
yes,
you know, the comment about putting it in the.
Comment, yeah.
I don't really feel the need for that.
So do I.
Just the way the house looks.
oh,
that's just
I
my
get
personal
finished
opinion.
without,
Yeah,
oh, no.
I mean,
Yeah.
this has come up, you
Yeah.
know, before in previous years, you know, the unfinished second floor space and, you know, what are you gonna use that for? But I mean, just the way the house looks to me, I don't really feel the need to have to put that in there. I don't know what you guys think.
Agreed, yes. No.
I agree with Mike.
Agreed.
As
I
do I.
Okay, so we're gonna as presented. Okay, yeah.
Um,
Do we need
Right,
to
as the
modify?
drawings are presented,
Yes,
yes.
Do I need to modify?
are we
No,
good?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right, so let's do a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm opposed. Any abstentions? Okay, we're good? All right, so thank you for coming
Thank
in.
you,
and,
everybody. I
Shannon will
appreciate
be
it.
in touch.
Appreciate it.
Shannon, we're good to move on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Next application is from Isabella and Christopher Gaylord for special permit for expansion of home in excess of 1,600 square feet living area and 2,200 square feet of total area at 48 Webster Street, R12 zone. And who do we have? Come on in, state your name, please, and address.
Hello, my name is Christopher Gaylord, and I'm here today for the application for the special permit to build over 1,600 square feet. The existing home right now has been in the family since 1920, at least the property. The home was built in 1940, and as part of our renovation, we'd like to tear down an existing enclosed porch and put an addition on it, about square footage about 1,050 square feet. It will come no closer to the road than the existing enclosed porch right now. It'll only be 2 feet wider than the existing enclosed porch. It'll be a crawl space and a slab foundation. And I've spoke to all my neighbors and they're okay with it on both sides of me.
Okay. Yeah, before we continue, I was gonna ask you about I think you have a couple sheds on your property. Those are staying?
There are 2 sheds behind. Yes.
They're gonna stay where
Oh,
they're at. Okay.
yeah.
No impact. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, commissioners, Mike, question?
Not right now, no.
No, okay, sure. Matt?
No questions, thank you.
All right, Scott,
No questions, thank you.
Liz?
Shannon, can I just take a peek at the GIS? Could you bring that up?
Sure.
I looked a while back, but I forgot. Okay.
So it's coming out, correct, it's off the side and the addition is on the right side of the house as we're looking at it from the aerial.
That porch is 12 feet wide and the new addition will be 14 feet.
Okay,
Okay. Okay, the only other question is, how far back are you from the street? How far back is the house? Do you know?
I'm not sure, but it's not going to come any closer than the existing enclosed porch. So it's going to come flush to where the porch is right now,
Okay,
which is 9 feet from where the existing enclosed porches on the side. There's actually 2 enclosed porches.
Okay, so,
Roughly 50 to 60 feet back from the property line.
Yep.
I'm not sure from a shadow standpoint, I'm not sure what I'm picking up here, so.
okay,
But that's from, we measured the setbacks are from the property line, not from the roadway edge.
right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, James?
Shannon, would you mind scrolling down a little bit so we can see 45 a little bit better?
45,
Oh,
yeah,
down,
The way.
sorry.
the other way.
Yeah, gotcha.
There you go. Okay, no questions. Thanks.
All right, and Mike?
No questions.
I do not have any questions either. It sounds like the communication was sent out. Anyone wrote right in to the town or call?
We did not receive written correspondence regarding this application.
Okay, thank you. All right. It's public hearing, folks. If there's anyone in here that wishes to speak regarding this application, come on up. State your name, please. Okay, how about online?
Okay, if anyone is called in regarding the application for 45 Webster Street, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom and you'll be acknowledged to address the commission. Again, if anyone's called in for 48 Webster Street, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. Madam Chair, there's no hands raised.
Okay, commissioners, last minute questions for Mr. Gaylord? We're good? Okay. All right, at this point, I would like to close the public hearing. We need a motion and a second before discussion.
Like to make a motion to approve the application of Isabel and Christopher Gaylord for a special permit for expansion of home in excess of 1,600 square feet living area and 2,200 square feet of total area at 48 Webster Street in an R12 zone.
Second?
Second.
Okay, discussion, question, comments, we're good. I think it fits the neighborhood. It's not overly excessive.
Yeah, it's like right smack in the middle of
Yeah,
what other surrounding areas are.
Mhm.
right.
Taking him at his word that he's gotten his neighbors to
Mhm.
to approve, but nobody's written in, nobody's, I think,
Mhm.
yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, all right, we ready to vote? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, you are all set. And now Shannon will be in touch with you. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it. All right, the next item is an item that is being continued from last time. It's an application from Jack Camper for special permit for accessory apartment located at 6 Crosswood Road R40 OS zone. And is Mr. Camper here or online?
I believe he's on.
Yes, yeah, yes.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Shannon, if you want to put the drawings up to remind everybody, but we haven't changed anything since last week or 2 weeks ago.
Correct. So commissioners, you'll recall that this was left open in order to ensure appropriate public comment time period because of a notification defect that was corrected. So this is the site plan showing the area with the expansion and then the architectural drawings illustrating the expansion for the accessory apartment.
And did the communication take place?
Yes, all the notifications were made. That notification defect was corrected.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
All right. I know we had some questions last time, but let's do it again. Mike, any new questions?
No, I'm all set.
Thank you. Matt?
No questions.
Scott?
No questions.
Liz?
No questions, thanks.
James?
Nothing additional.
Mike?
No questions.
Okay, I do not have any new questions either. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to ask questions of the applicant, has comments, concerns, please come on up. Okay, I think it's going the wrong way. Okay. All right, no one here. Shannon, mine?
Yes, if anyone has called in regarding the application for 6 Crosswood Road for special permit for accessory apartment, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom and you will be acknowledged to address the commission. Again, if anyone is called in regarding the application for 6 Crosswood Road, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom to address the commission. Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
All right. Any last minute questions? We're good. All right. At this point, we'll close the public hearing and we need a motion and a second, please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application by Jack Kemper for a special permit for accessory apartment located at 6 Crosswood Road, R40 OS zone.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Camper.
Thank you for being patient with us. Thank you.
You got it. All right, I am going to recuse myself on the next item. Scott, will you take over?
I will indeed.
James, your voting member, yay.
And Mike,
And Mike.
And
too.
Mike, yes. Shannon, who will grab me or you'll just call my name or?
I'll come get you.
All right, good. I know. I can't wait, sorry.
Have a nice time.
Oh, yes, I'll be back.
Enjoy your walk.
Do we have Ms. Nojic on the
I
phone or,
believe Amber is on the phone. Yes.
Amber, do you have anything? Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing tonight?
Good. Did you have anything you wanted to add for the record tonight?
So I did have the meeting with Brenda, the animal control officer, and Shannon, our town planner. They checked out the chicken coop and I think we're all good on that front. Chickens will not be free ranging. They will be locked in that coop at all times. We had talked about my composting. So in the future, if anything has to change with that, I'm more than willing to comply to whatever needs to be done in the town. And then I know in the email they had addressed that tonight it might be voted on that I have not 20 birds and like a limited number for an amount of time to make sure that all the rules are followed. And I am super happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions at this point, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, just because of the public comment about the, you know, the issues with the roaming, I'd be inclined to a fewer number with a 6-month review period.
Okay. Matt, questions or comments?
Yeah, so Ms. Nojic, how many hens or chickens are there on premise now?
So currently I have 3 laying hens and 2 ducks.
So 5 total, right? And we're allowed up to 6 by right, so. Okay. No additional questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Liz?
No questions at this time.
James?
Shannon, there was a visit from the Farmington Valley Health District, correct? And the town.
Not, so it was the animal control officer and myself
Animal
met out
control,
there last Wednesday. And then I contacted as a follow-up, I contacted Farmington Valley Health to see if they had any best management practices with respect to specifically the composting and processing of the chickens. Because of the size and scale of this, there isn't anything specific from a regulatory standpoint, but there is the documentation from the health code that they shared that they enforce if there's environmental health or nuisance type issues. So those were the things that they were able to share with me with respect to that. Anything else was for a much, I'll say larger operation, like like some of the small scale farms we have in town, as opposed to an industrial or commercial farm. But nothing that was really appropriate for, that would apply in this instance. So.
Okay. Yeah, I think with the neighbors that came back, our last, the 2 weeks ago, their objections, I think it would be wise of us to try to compromise here and maybe limit the number and with the 6-month inspection as suggested and what Mike was saying a little bit earlier. So I'd be on board with that.
Thanks, James. Mike?
Nothing further to add.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. Since this public hearing remained open after the last meeting, like to open it for public comment again. I would ask if you have new information that you'd like to add. We obviously heard from a number of the neighbors in the last meeting, but if you have If anybody in the room has additional comments they'd like to add, please step up to the podium, please.
My name is Dimitri Vernadakis. I live at 38 River Road. We're the adjacent property, my wife and I. So you may remember from the last meeting, I had a rather lighthearted comment about how the chickens would come in our yard and they'd nest on our shelves in the garage if we left the garage door open. You'll note a slightly different tone in with me today. So Morgan and I have had trouble with chipmunks eating the bulbs out of the front little garden, our small flower patch that we have out front. So I set out one of those nice little have a heart traps for relocating chipmunks. And in the past 2 weeks, so this is really just totally unrelated. I just so happened to set that trap out around the time of the last hearing. And in the last 2 weeks, we've caught 2 rather large rats, not mice. I'm talking like rats that you see in movies in cities, kind of scary looking rats. So I've lived in a rural area my whole life. I'm cool with mice. I killed mice growing up and trapped, all that stuff. Rats are how diseases spread. They're tenacious, they're survivors. And immediately as I saw these 2 rats, I thought about how some of the neighbors have been reporting transported chicken eggs. I know that rats can fit into a quarter or a nickel sized hole, so a chicken wire is not really going to do much for them. We want to start a family, and rats carry a lot of disease, and we're really concerned about having an environment that supports rats living adjacent to us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room that would like to speak in opposition or in favor? Shannon, anybody
I
online?
can check online. So if anyone is called in online to offer comment regarding the application for 34 River Road for Amber Nojek, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom and you will be acknowledged to address the commission. We do have one. Okay. Chris, you can unmute your microphone, please, your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Christopher St. James at 11 Brightwood Road. I called in opposition to this application before. And still would like to restate again my continued opposition to this. Again, this is generally speaking not exactly what appears to be a well cared for property, and myself and many of our neighbors, we have serious doubts as to whether or not animal welfare would be well taken care of on this property based on our current observations of the status of the property and how it's been, regardless of some changes of late. And it's still a significant attractant for other types of wild animals, fox and hawks, and of course bears. That's a very big concern in the neighborhood. So again, we just do not feel that this is an appropriate application to be approved in this neighborhood based on the settings and what we see as, again, the overall administration of this property. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if anyone else is called in regarding 34 River Road, please raise your hand. Using the feature in Zoom, you'll be acknowledged to address the commission. And Mr. Chair, there are no other hands raised at the moment.
Thank you, Shannon. Amber, do you have any additional comments or response to any of the comments made?
Yeah, so we definitely don't have a rodent problem. My food is kept inside the house. So there's no way that any extra pests are gonna get into my food. I also take the food out of the coop every night to ensure that no other animals eat it. As to the concerns on other wildlife, you can see all the videos on Unionville Talks of all the bears and the foxes that live here. I don't think that these birds will have any negative effect on the animals that already live here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any additional questions before we close the public hearing? Matt, you have one? Or what?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Shannon, just to, bring this up again. So if this application gets denied, Ms. Nojek can still have up to 6 chickens by right? Is that a fair way to think about it?
Correct. There's a registration form in with the town planning and zoning office, and then there's the conditions that have to be met, and then it becomes a monitoring and enforcement review process. If there's ongoing concerns, we would continue to work with Brenda, and then if needed, if there is a public health concern, then we would have to bring in one of the representatives from Farmington Valley Health to evaluate the whether or not this property is contributing to that or not.
Got it, thanks. So that my question was about enforcement, so that's good to know. So if we do a special permit that's 6 months or 12 months, in those 6 or 12 months, does the applicant have to go through the special permit process again from scratch with the notification of the neighbors? And is it kind of like starting over? Just curious how does that look like in 6 to 12 months?
That would be at the commission's discretion.
Okay.
So if typically what we would do is if we've received complaints in that 6-month period, so it would appear on the agenda for review by the commission 6 months from now. Staff would inform the commission as to whether or not we've received any complaints. We could also check in with animal control officer to see if she's had any issues or calls to the property regarding the chickens, and then provide that information, and then the commission could decide if it warranted then reopening the public hearing or not at that particular point in time for the evaluation of the 6 month.
Got it. So is it fair to say that the special permit process allows us to maybe have some visibility on potential complaints over the next 6 to 12 months versus just, an applicant or just someone who fills out the permit from, 1 to 6 chickens? Does that make sense?
Or in either way, if there's complaints that are being received, or if the chickens are getting out on a regular basis, then the animal control officer is going to let us know, because then it becomes a violation of the permit. Then we work in tandem with respect to that. So either way, it's just, if we're going to go over the 6, then it clearly would come back to the commission for that review and discussion at large and a determination as to whether or not the permit would then be made permanent or require further evaluation from the commission standpoint, or redacted and rescinded.
That makes sense. Great. Thank you. I'm good, Scott. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Mike?
Were you and Brenda comfortable with the way it appeared that the chickens would stay?
For the day we were out there, yes, the enclosure, which is up on the screen. So the fencing is all fully in place. The gates were in place. The food was in the house. The compost, I did not take a picture of the compost pile. It's off to the left of the photo behind where the yellow smaller shed is. It was a modest compost pile. At some point, it may be necessary to have the waste and, no different than any residential lot. There's only so much compost you can do on your own lot. And then at some point, it has to be removed from the property, because you just simply can't use it all on your own property.
Thank you.
All set, Mike?
Yeah, thank you.
Liz?
In terms of questions, I think I'm all set.
Nothing additional.
And Mike?
No further questions.
Last check in, everybody. Questions before I close? You need to go up to the podium, I think, so we can.
Again, Dimitri Vernadakis from 38 River Road. If there's proceedings with a special permit, some sort of tentative like 6-month, 12-month thing, at the end of that, is there do we have a conversation, or is it like, this is the last time I've had a say kind of thing?
Is it, do we have a public hearing again, right, Shannon?
So
That's-
again, at the 6 month, so if the commission chooses to put a time limitation on it, 6 and 12 month check-in, one or both, then it would be at the commission's discretion as to whether or not, if we have received, again, at that point, staff would report in to you with any complaints. And we would check in with the animal control officer prior to that meeting. It would initially show up as new business on your agenda for a reevaluation of this permit. We would provide that information as to any complaints that we've received and any complaints animal control has received. And then it would be the commission's discretion as to whether or not reopening the public hearing is warranted. So it's a maybe is the best, but I guess it depends,
Definitely.
like if everything's quiet and there's no comments and concerns and we haven't had any complaints and the animal control officer hasn't any complaints, that's kind of the first litmus test that we'll use with the commission. Obviously, if there's issues there, then it perhaps warrants opening the public hearing then.
Okay, and if the public hearing opens again, will we
Then
be
there would be
notified?
there would be all the same notifications that were done for this application.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Amber, one last check with you. Anything you want to add?
Yes, please. So just concerning, the only thing that concerns me is, obviously, my neighbors aren't very happy with the way that our backyard looks. We live much very different lifestyles. I don't mind my 20-foot camper in the backyard. I'm sure they do. And I'm sorry it's an eyesore, but in the future, what if I start getting calls that aren't true? Obviously, my neighbors don't have my back and aren't on my side. So I'm just curious what happens when false accusations are made.
So again, if a complaint is received by the zoning officer or the animal control officer, then we will contact you and to come out and take a look and see what's going on. So depending upon the nature of the inquiry or complaint made, then we will contact you to do a site visit. If needed, then I'll also request a visit with Farmington Valley Health Department to take a look. So anything would require follow-up on a staff level, and you would be contacted so that we could access your property just like we did last week. So we would schedule a meeting to come out and see what's going on.
Okay.
Obviously, if there's chickens in the middle of the road and there's photos of chickens in the middle of the road, that's kind of self-evident as to what's going on, right? So, so if that's not, and they're either there in the middle of the road or they're not. So some of that is, pictures worth 1,000 words. So my guess is if everything is being housed appropriately and properly, then we're probably not going to have many issues moving forward.
All right, beautiful.
Thank you, Shannon. One last check, commissioners. Good. All right, going to close the public hearing. At this point, commissioners, any discussion? Actually, motion first, right? Let me get a motion in a second.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve Amber Nojek's application for a special permit to raise no more than 20 fowl at 34 River Road, R20 zone.
Get a second, please.
Second.
Thanks, Mike. Discussion. Thoughts, commissioners? Heard a couple of different suggestions, but
I mean, I'm still with the lower number, what that number is. I mean, we can talk about it, but I think there needs to be at least a 6-month review period.
I agree. I think maybe 10 chickens, 6 months, or 10 fowl.
10 fowl. Yeah.
10 fowl,
Right.
6 months. That's kind of what I was looking at, maybe a gradual step.
Yeah, with the opportunity for the neighbors to come back. Additional public hearing, I think, is warranted in this case. I have my primary issues are all of the pictures that I've seen. I mean, even Amber said it herself. It's, you know, it seems like the property is pretty unkempt. As a neighbor, I wouldn't like to see that either. So, you know, I have a little bit of a hard time with this one, and a little bit of hesitation. So whatever guardrails we can put in place to limit the issues with the neighbors, whether that's 10 foul, I don't know. Is it 5? Is it, you know, just start, you know, lower that number and try to limit the amount of interaction with the neighbors in what appears to be a kind of a little bit of a contentious situation.
Well, I'm at my 2 cents in. So, right, again, everyone has by right in Farmington to have up to 6 chickens.
Right.
I think we should just have +1, make this 7 chickens, 6-month review. And again, I think it makes sense to approve the special permit for 6 months. So I think this is more of an official, you can keep an eye on this application, just easier that way. And then again, it's an agenda review item and we see if complaints come in or not.
Mike, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm a combination of James and Matt. I could get on board with the 7, but that's the max I'd be interested in. Before Matt spoke, I was not interested in voting yes for the special permit.
So I'm sensing 7. I don't know, Mike, you mentioned 10 at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean. just
You
throw
okay
a
with?
number out there, but-
Yeah,
I'll just say for 7, right? Just let's give this the minimum amount to require to approve the special permit. And then again, as I said, I feel like we approve the special permit process a little more transparent for this commission versus if it's just 6 and we deny the application, then again, it's just back to the by right and just through the town staff and then us as a commission, really outside our purview. And it does seem to have a lot of issues. Maybe we want to just, I don't know, keep an extra eye on this one for 6 months. That's my sort of thought process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure like
That's practical.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's open and, so it's at your discretion.
Okay.
everybody in
Sure.
agreement? So I think we're at 7 foul,
And
6 month review, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, that
Everybody's-
makes sense.
Everybody on board?
Mhm.
Okay, so we need
Do
to
I need to modify
modify,
or?
right?
No. Okay, so I'd like to modify my motion to approve the application by Amber Nojak for a special permit to raise 7 chickens at, 7 fowl at 34 River Road, R20 zone with a 6-month revisit, 6-month time limit.
Sure. Yep.
Second.
All right, everybody ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Okay.
All set.
All right. Let me go get our chair.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Nice job. Nice job. Thank you.
You're just saying that, you weren't even here.
Careful what you say.
That's right. Thank you. All right. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, thank you. All right, the last new public hearing in front of us this evening is an application from Town Farm Development LLC to modify conditions of approved special permit for event use at 152 Town Farm Road, R40 FW zones. And this item is being continued from April 24th. All right, let's see, Matthew was here for this application. He's not. Liz, were you able to get yourself up to? speed?
Yes, I watched the entire first meeting.
Okay, so you're a voting member for this one, James. How do you feel about that too?
Correct.
And you
Same.
went through all the documentation. Great.
Well prepared.
There's a lot. Okay,
And,
yes,
and
And Mike.
Mike,
And Mike.
yeah,
yes, yes, and you've been on this one all along, right?
Nope. So I'm in the same boat. So I am up to speed based on
Okay,
the video. Yes.
thank you. I did not, that was an oversight. For some reason, I thought you were part of all of them. Thank you. All right. So where do we want to start, Shannon, on this one?
So I think is, perhaps, I think the applicant's prepared to make some
Okay.
comments, so maybe start with applicant, commission questions, public comment,
Perfect.
and then maybe see if, they're ready to address comments this evening and go. So
Sure.
we're getting much earlier start than we did,
I know.
2 weeks ago, so.
It's still sort of light outside.
Doesn't mean everybody needs to talk really long.
Yeah.
though.
Right.
Oh, geez.
Like to get home today.
Oh, geez. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Christian Hoeb and my office is located at 314 Main Street here in Farmington. With me is David Fault from the Town Farm Development LLC, Carlos Landrau from Town Farm Development, and Jen McCullough from Hometown Foundation. I just have a couple brief remarks. I submit it is important to discuss the overarching purpose of this proposed amendment to the already approved special permits. This amendment reflects an effort and a collaboration with town staff, the applicant, and the Farmington Police Department. This amendment is proposed to ameliorate the concerns of the neighbors by providing an advanced and very specific traffic calming proposal. These include the applicant paying for police officers, additional signs, and a social media outreach. In addition, the applicant has offered a sound monitoring system which will record and report findings to town staff by the only scientific method that makes sense, by decibels, which is also consistent with the town's sound ordinance. And that's why you see it in the amendment. In a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Dave Fault, who is going to discuss the language of the proposed amendment in some detail. It is valuable to remember that from a macro perspective, the purpose of this proposal is to monitor and limit sound generated by the events at this site and significantly reduce impacts created by cars and coffee. As you'll recall from the prior testimony, the most concern from the neighbors related to noise and from cars and coffee on Sunday morning or similar events. I refer to it as cars and coffee. So I'm going to call Dave Fault up here. He's going to provide some testimony and I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Chairman and Commissioners. Once again, thank you for your dedication and commitment to the town of Farmington and your service. Since last meeting, we've had the first arena polo kickoff started was the Cinco de Mayo polo. We did take some sound measurements just to kind of show what was going on. I think Shannon, if you can just play the file number 5. This is a much smaller scale event than the full polo tournament, but Carlos Landrau and I were present through the whole time. And inside that wood structure is the polo arena. That's where that's occurring. So just as a demonstration of what the arena polo would sound like. Also, since last week, town staff has done an excellent job at putting together a comparison chart showing the what has actually changed in the amendment. I'd like to run through that quickly and kind of discuss what that is. You can open file number 1, Shannon. Those pages are the actual application language. If you roll down to, I believe, page 4, it begins with your chart that was made. The commission member should have seen this chart already. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of run through the highlights and what's changed and then explain that rather than reading through everything. The original section 1 was removed and it's been replaced and reworded that what the primary use of the facility is as the existing polo equestrian facility. The rewording change that happened there was the word dusk was removed and was replaced by 9 p.m. to better create a definition that can work with the sound ordinance. Number 2 was new language that was inserted. It said polo and equestrian events, related activities, entertainment shall adhere to the town noise ordinance. Again, as we talked about in prior meetings, the purpose of this application and amendment with efforts with town staff was to get rid of some ambiguous language that was unenforceable, unmanageable. It meant different things to different people. These new words as they're put in are meant to be very clear and very descriptive, such as will comply with the town noise ordinance. Number 3 is a new section also, that outdoor polo equestrian lessons, which conclude by dusk, there are no restrictions to indoor polo equestrian lessons, meaning that if indoor lessons that happen inside the indoor riding rink can happen after dusk indoors. Okay. Number 4 section was moved from a different area. The owner is permitted to use the property for the annual Dream Ride in the event manner consistent with previous years. Number 5 section was reworded, food service related to equestrian and event activities. That covers the food service that we have on site. Item number 6 was changed. This was designated area for the parking of 6 seasonal recreational camper trailers for the May through September polo season for intermittent use by equestrian related staff. These camper trailers shall not use generators. This number was changed from the prior 2 to 6. That was the change. Okay. Number 7 was also changed. Additional recreational camper trailers for visiting equestrian related staff for the duration of events, site rules governing conduct to be followed. These camper trailers will be located near the stables and may use generators for power. Generator use will be limited to daytime hours defined in the town noise ordinance. That was the change of allowing the daytime use of the generator. Okay. And then last one, 8, and permitted uses was all recreational camper trailer use shall be in accordance with the flood regulations found in the zoning regulations. Essentially meaning that they still have wheels on them and they can be hooked up and moved. Okay. Now moving into the section for non-equestrian and polo events. Section number 1 had no change. The next one was reworded. The hours of operation for events shall be limited to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday and 8:30 to 8 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday. These hours do not include setup or takedown necessary for these events. The changes and the rewording was we had prior use of a term called major. We were trying to create the difference between a major event and a minor event. Minor events wouldn't be counted towards the number or require special public event permits. That was eliminated, and it was also extended to 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. hour limitation to the Sunday through Thursday time period. Okay. The next section is new. In all cases, amplified music, announcements, etc., shall comply with the town noise ordinance. Okay. Next section is reworded. There shall be no amplified music, announcements, etc. on site prior to 10 a.m. on any day, after 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and after 8 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday. Again, here the rewording was, it removed the word major and expanded the 8 p.m. time limit to Sunday through the Thursday time period. And it captured all the activities discussed in the original permit conditions. Next section, again, reworded and changed. This is the biggie. Okay. This is the one. There shall be no more than 25 non-equestrian, non-polo events per year. Each day of a multi-day event shall count towards the maximum 25 events per year, excluding the Dream Ride. Polo equestrian events and weekend events with less than 400 attendees, which conclude by dusk, are not counted towards the number of events. The old standard was The old 6-day multi-day events could be 6 3-day events, which equaled 18, plus the additional 6 events gave 24 days of events. The new version just counts individual days, going from mathematically it allowed 24 to now 25. The next section was, it was moved. This was the allowance for Labor Days and Memorial Day, Independence Day holidays. If it became a holiday Monday, then the Sunday could follow the Saturday time limits, and then the Sunday time limits were then enforced on Monday. Okay. Then the new section, this was added specifically for the cars and coffee. This was the Sunday morning events such as cars and coffee, horse and horsepower, and other similar intended events shall not start prior to 8:30 a.m., shall be limited to 4 hours per occurrence, shall not include amplified music or announcements, shall require additional police presence for enforcement of motor vehicle laws, shall require advance notification to attendees regarding appropriate protocols and driving etiquette expected on premise and on town farm road, and shall be limited to a total of 12 occurrences within a calendar year. There are additionally some protocols that were put together, again, in concert with town staff and police department to provide control over those items. Next item, number 7, this was reworded. The owner and event sponsor shall obtain public event permits for events greater than 400 attendees anticipated and work with fire, police, Farmington Valley Health, and all other town officials as they do with the Dream Ride. The rest of the items were either moved from prior sections or included in a prior section that we covered. And then one was removed in total. This was the tent coverings for the large event tents, where it only remain on 180 days a year. That requirement has been removed, although our intent is we would not leave them up through the winter because they become damaged. Okay. And the very last paragraph, the town planner has discretion to allow for profit events or referred to the commission. There was no change to that from the prior one. So in total, we believe that the current application is present formed through the work with town staff, with police department, as a response to the concerns raised by the neighbors, okay, related to the number and types of activities, what the events were, the sound from the speaker systems, as well as the traffic and noise related to the Sunday activities. We believe they're all covered in our application as it is. So with that, I'll turn it to the town and ask the commission if they have any questions.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, commissioners. Matt.
I'll start off. Thank you so much for running through all that. I appreciate it. So just for the math of the number of days of events, because I think that's a big issue here, is how much is going on. So right now, today, the equestrian events, again, I'm looking at the sort of a list you provided last meeting. There's 24 equestrian events, dates. And then there's one Dream Ride, and that's sort of the top section of the document you just reviewed, more or less, right? So
that's right.
25 days, and that's already sort of approved and really not up for discussion for today, right? The 24 equestrian plus the one Dream Ride, 25 days, right? And then what we're sort of in discussion today is 25 non-equestrian events, and 12 of those being cars and coffee, and the balance being other non-equestrian events of sort of various themes. Is that how to think about those 25?
It would depend on the anticipated number of attendees. So yes, you could think about it that way. But if it's less than a 400, then it wouldn't be counted as as one of the events. So there would still be 12. You're maxed out at, no matter what, it would be a max number of 12 cars and coffees.
Right, because those are typically always over 400.
They're not. They're usually much less than that.
Okay, got it. Okay, understood. All right, so I think that there's roughly 50 days of events we would approve, right, for this property, plus and potentially other events as well. Again, I'm just trying to dial in on the number of events.
So if that's including the equestrian events, the 25 equestrian
Yes.
events plus 25 days of other events.
Yes.
That's 50, plus potentially some other events that come in underneath the 400 attendee.
Got it. Right. Plus, right. So there could be event every other day of the week. If it's under 400, you can have an event on property.
It's plausible
Okay.
that could happen. Is it likely? It's probably not.
Sure, but they're
Yeah.
just again, just okay
But
for the
there,
for-
but again,
record.
it's important to know that it really is an equestrian facility. There's over 60 horses on site. These 60 horses every day get walked, exercised, put out to their paddocks where they rest and moved around. There's polo lessons that happen. There's riding, there's practice polo, there's the actual polo match, there's Sunday Junior League polo, which happens at the same time as the Cars and Coffee events. So as much as it's, you know, you can say there's, you know, a potential to do something every day, a lot of those times are filled with just the natural equestrian activity that happens.
Understood. That makes sense. I think for me and for the commissioner, just trying to figure out the equestrian versus the non-equestrian, right? And then how much non-equestrian there actually could be, right? Just quick on, so on the R40, right? This is an R40 zone. So why does this special permit fit into Farmington's R40 zone regulation?
So when we began this work with Bill Warner back in actually 2015 and through 2016 and 2017, okay, this site has a long history and a long historical use from 1929 of being started as a polo facility. Through the years, you know, the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, there's been other activities and events activities. So the long use and long history has been granted as a use for this site. And if you might have saw in Bill Warner's 2016 agenda review, he does state that the equestrian use of that facility as a functioning polo club, which is a business, okay, is existing legal right. So the ancillary uses then were discussed. Again, historically, this is something that's happened for decades on this site. Okay, it's a 60-acre plus site. Okay, it's not a half-acre zone that somebody is saying that, why is it different than me? It's much different than you. Okay, and this is why.
Got it. Understood. Okay,
Yeah.
quick, just on the, so Farmington police officers, just to drill into that. So what type of events, or how would you source those police officers? How would you know if a non-equestrian event is occurring? Why do we think the people showing up to this type of event, we need extra Farmington police officers on hand? Like, why is that? Why do you think that's necessary? For
So-
this, again, for this sort of R40 residential neighborhood.
So the notion and the inclusion of the police officers was a very specific and targeted measure that was put in place to control the noise and the loud cars happening on the Sunday morning Cars and Coffee activities. It's not intended for any other function. We do have plenty of police presence when we have a large public event such as Dream Ride or really that's the only major one that we have a real police presence there. But as far as the why, as part of this application, it's specific for the morning hours on Sunday for Cars and Coffee.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. I'm the last one, I'll ask my play-by-play question again. I think we saw a video where there was play-by-play of an equestrian match, and it was just constant play-by-play, almost like you were listening to on the radio. Is there just a reason for it being sort of constant play-by-play versus just call it, like if you're at a baseball game, it's not play-by-play if you're at the Yard Goats game? I'm just, again, curious, and obviously we heard that in testimony from the public.
Absolutely. That's a great question. And I'm glad that you asked it. Okay. Polo is a unique and sport compared to some others like baseball or football or it's like hockey on grass, but the nature of equestrian events, it's just inherent and intertwined with the nature of equestrian events. If you were able to watch perhaps a bit of the Kentucky Derby over the weekend, you would have heard the announcer and the caller running the whole play of the game from before the race started, talking about the history of the venue, talking about perhaps the story behind the favorite, or making a humorous joke about the long shot. Okay. During the race, everything that's happening up to it, and then on the backstretch, building up the excitement as the race is coming to an end. So that is really inherent with equestrian. If you watched other types of horse jumping, it's just natural to that type of event. So, and the polo that we play also is not a pickup match. It's not, hey, these are just a bunch of local people who took polo lessons and want to go bang a ball around. Okay, we actually play USPA ranked members. These are professional polo matches that occur. So it's part of the inherent polo game.
Understood. Great. Thank you. Just one more back to my sort of R40. Are all of the non-equestrian events that you discussed today all not-for-profit events?
So they are charity based, yes. Okay. So they have a charity component to them, as what there are, which means that many of them are self-explanatory. This weekend we have coming up Easter Seals. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Hartford Healthcare fundraiser, the helicopter symposium. These are all things that are helping as a fundraiser for some type of cause. Other events are hosted by our hometown foundation, which, you know, has 5 pillars that it supports. For those 5 pillars, you know, they will raise money at each of these events, including Cars and Coffee. You know, the culmination event is our Dream Ride. And although, you know, most people have spoken in favor of the Dream Ride event, and they say, oh, we have no problem with that, we love it. Most of the complaints and the stories that you're hearing are all about Dream Ride related things, whether it's the heavy traffic, whether it was the backup and parking along Bevanwood roads, whether it was the super loud noise that the bass was so loud. Okay, and it's the Dream Ride event where you will see for the charity portion where the big check is given at the end of that event. You know, this past year, you know, we're approaching $3 million. Okay, that is not raised during those 3 days. Okay, it is raised over the entire year at all the culmination of these events. That's how the charity.
And just my last one here, I'll turn it over. How important is the Cars and Coffee events for the charitable purposes? I mean, to me, those are sort of the biggest non-equestrian events in question, right? Which seem to be causing a lot of issues. Like, you know, is there a possibility to do other sort of non-car related? Like, so why is this the Cars and Coffee is sort of important to this organization?
It's important because that community, those group of car owners, those enthusiasts are very supportive, big donors, and they are part of the, not only the fabric of our community, but also the lifestyle. So to exclude them or not to invite them or not to make something special for them would not fit in with our model.
You know, understood. I guess just last one, sorry, one more. So, you know, you have, if you look, there's sort of every weekend in the summer, right? Especially even like the 4th of July weekend. So again, I think maybe there's some balance there in terms of, this is again, an R40 neighborhood where, you know, if you look at the R40 zone, you know, I'm not sure how many of these events really fall into that, but so I'll leave it at that. Scott, you can.
No, great questions. It's all
Yeah,
good.
no, those are great questions. You actually asked a lot of the things I was curious about. Matt, I guess my question's more clarification. The trailers, there's no use of generators with those trailers? Am I
So there's
understanding
2
that correctly?
categories of trailers. There
Okay.
were the 6 trailers that were allowed to stay through the May through September season. Those trailers were for, when you have 60 horses, you need people to tend these horses. There's grooms that have to stay with them. Some people will need a place to live. Some people live in houses that we own. Some people, there's more than that. To date, we have not used those trailers. But we want to, you know, with the anticipation of growing the equestrian, you know, we are looking forward to bringing back the full bona fide horse show that used to occur on this site. That show is, you know, and when they actually had it here in the history, you'll see there was 900 horses that were on site for that show. So that's a lot of people, that's a lot of horses, and that's a lot of people to care for those horses. The other those trailers would have no generators. They would be plugged into permanent power. The other trailers come and go during the polo match.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for now. Thanks. Liz.
Sounds good. Liz?
Okay, couple of questions. Cars and Coffee, why does that have to start at 8:30? Can it start later?
We're pretty committed to 8:30, and the reason is that because that lines up with our junior polo that's happening in the morning. And you may have heard testimony, maybe 2 meetings ago, that it just talks about is a place for the husband can be somewhere while maybe the wife is doing the polo. It's kind of tying the community together. To separate them doesn't make sense, but we do understand and hear what the neighbors are saying, and that's why we're putting these expensive measures into place to try to control it.
Okay, and when you did use your cool little
Mhm.
decibel meter,
Right.
seemed like you were always taking those from that white fence right along the road,
Yes.
but you have neighbors close on the side. Do you take measures along those?
Yes, so that the noise ordinance is, pretty specific. It tells you take it, at the property line, and close to the neighbors. It doesn't mean, at the property line away from the neighbor. It can be anywhere along the fence. We heard one example where, it was said that, the testing may have quiet and loud zones along the space, when we were on site and staff was present. I mean, we would walk up and down the fence line with the meter to get a whole variety of readings. Okay, it's not a smoke and mirrors trick. It's very clear what the noise ordinance says. It says 51 decibels. Doesn't matter if it's sonar or if it's, laser beams, it's 51 decibels. Okay, and that 51 decibels, should be not exceeded along the whole length of the run. So it's simple to take your test, walk along the fence, walk along both fence, get the highest reading you can, and that's the controlling limit.
Do you ever test the sound along the riverside?
We do,
Because
yep.
I know sound always carries better over water.
Mhm.
And we had some comments from people from Waterville Road, so.
Mhm. And again, those comments would have been related to like the larger Dream Ride or perhaps the Hartford Healthcare Black and Red Gala, with the windows rattling and the things shaking. I mean, that's from low frequency subwoofer type of sound. You don't get that type of sound energy from, smaller speakers. So yes, the Polo sound system, which is really the nature of what's driving the sound complaints. Okay, that is not on the river side of the property. It is on the more close to Town Farm Road. That's where the Polo speakers, if you saw the demonstration last week where the speakers were set up, that's where the Polo sound system speakers are. So where the sound levels are taken close to the fence line, it's much closer in proximity towards the river's edge.
I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. James?
Yeah, I think Matt hit a lot of my questions. I'll piggyback off of him a little bit. How many attendees do you usually expect at the Cars and Coffee events?
It's typically between 75 and maybe 150.
How many cars would that be? One per?
No, I would think it's probably something less than that. So maybe 100 cars.
Have you ever run a decibel test during the Cars and Coffee events?
We have not. Although town staff was present, and it's not an event where they run the cars. They drive in and they park and they stay and have coffee and talk with people, visit, watch the junior polo, watch the we have on the screen the F1 races that occur at the same time. So that's what occurs in. It's not a racing, it's not a driving, it's not a rev your engine once you're on site. It's arrive,
Depending
park.
on the person, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mike.
Just one question. When you look at Sunday, May 21st, you have the Flower Cup Polo Tournament on that Sunday, as well as the Cars and Coffee Pet Rescue Fundraiser. Can you walk me through how that looks, start time and capacity wise and kind of all that good stuff to have Cars and Coffee the same day as a polo event?
So polo event happens later in the afternoon. The Cars and Coffee would be the same early morning start. Polo then would occur later in the day. So people would start driving in, I would guess around noontime to start loading in for the polo event, while Cars and Coffee has probably wrapping up by then.
So you could move Cars and Coffee to Saturday mornings.
No,
And
because
still
it
do your polo.
no, because it lines up with our Sunday Junior League polo and the F1 races.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay. My question has to do with, so you have this beautiful building, the club that was recently renovated. It looks great. I've been there. Why aren't we hosting, or what, can you host any of these events that are late in the afternoon, evening inside to avoid the noise to the neighbors?
If it's an event that could be held indoors, it would be considered. If the clients particularly want to do something outside, be it in a, there's a lot of appeal and a lot of draw for that. They want to be on the farm environment. They want to see the horses. They want to be underneath the decorated tents. You know, since the pandemic has hit, the kind of expectations, what people have wanted have changed a lot. And a lot of the outdoor lifestyle is now what's important. So that's what we're fulfilling.
Yeah, but to Matt's point, you are in a neighborhood, and we have an awful lot of people that have commented, continue to comment. That's the thing that I'm struggling with, like what has happened that all of a sudden there's so much attention. So like you said, polo existed at this facility for a long time. So is it the polo or everything else, right? The sound, I'm still not understanding the sound. So we have seen the handheld monitoring devices. There was a sound engineer that was part of the meeting last time. You brought in a consultant that did some readings. I just don't know what the answer is, but when we have people, multiple people saying that their windows vibrate, I'm thinking we have a problem. What can we do about that?
I would say that it's, if the windows are rattling, it's not from our sound system. But yeah. And as humorous as the audience may sound, you know, all I can say is town staff was with me when we walked it, and we can see what 51 decibels look like and sounded like, and you were not rattling windows from that. So.
Okay, I am all set for now. Let's turn it over. Our correspondence after, or what do you have another
Just
question? Okay, go ahead.
Really quick,
One second, Shannon.
just quick, during the Cars and Coffee Sunday mornings, what type of amplified, if any, music or announcements are going over the loudspeaker?
So typically with Cars and Coffee, there was very low level speakers that would just play the broadcast of the F1.
Okay.
That's like speaking.
No sort of music or DJ music or anything like that going on?
There usually is not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so I know we have more correspondence. We definitely
there's-
want to do public.
There is written correspondence. We did not get to it at the last meeting because of the hour, but given as long as we just need to get it into the record tonight, but
we can go ahead and do the
let's
public.
start with the folks that
Thank
are here, go to the folks that are online, and then we can get the written correspondence into the record after that.
But it's so early. All right, I know, sorry. Sorry, I see, this is what happens when you send me out the room. All right, so this is a public hearing. Now it's your chance, public, to come in front of us if you have questions, concerns, comments about this application. When you come up, please state your name and address, please. So the room first, go ahead.
First of all, I request permission to be able to read in entirety what I wrote. Okay?
Yeah.
My name is Ann Gerard. I'm at 20 Chiltern Street. The cost benefit ratio of this application by the Farmington Polo Club, which is located in a residential zone, is completely unbalanced and unreasonable. It will increase the wealth of one entity at the expense of hundreds of people's home values and quality of living. The value of our homes will go down. I had a neighbor who was selling her house last year, and she had a prospective buyer come on the weekend of a polo event and ground event. And he said he would never buy in the area because of the noise. This was before the application was filed to double at least the number of events. I would have never bought in the area of the polo grounds if I could have foreseen this future threat to my living environment. I've lived here 17 years. I chose to purchase my house where I did because of the beauty, quiet, and safety of the area, and because it's in a residential zone. That is now being fundamentally threatened. Every neighbor of the many I've spoken with has the same concern. The Farmington Polo Club is in an area zoned residential on both sides of the Farmington River. This zone includes both Town Farm Road and Waterville Road. This is from the Farmington website. The Town Plan and Zoning Commission is responsible for guiding the physical growth of the community with due regard to the public's health, safety, and welfare. This is done principally through the administration of the subdivision and zoning regulations, which provide standards for land use and development consistent with the needs of the community. The Farmington Polo Club is not consistent with the needs of their community. An event venue, especially an outdoor event venue, allowed a greatly increased number of events, a number which will be impossible to quantify because of the unlimited number of events that can occur, requires commercial zoning. The Farmington Polo Club will be an outdoor event venue that includes polo, not a polo venue. A commercial event venue, especially an outdoor event venue, in an area zoned residential, should not be permitted under any circumstances, no matter how many people are for or against. If the Farmington Polo Grounds is granted a zoning exception, there will be no meaningful restrictions on any areas in Farmington that are zoned residential because of precedent. If this application is granted, it will have a tremendously detrimental effect on the residential area of homes surrounding the polo grounds. Because of the frequency of the proposed number of events, the noise and traffic will become intolerable for all of us who live around the polo ground. It will greatly decrease the pleasure of living in a residential community. During events, homeowners in the area surrounding the polo grounds on both sides of the river will not be able to relax peacefully in our backyards and will not be able to enjoy being outdoors. It will rob people who work, children who go to school, and families of the only days they have off to relax and have family time, as well as gatherings with friends. I feel badly, and it is totally unfair for neighbors on or near Town Farm Road to be disturbed and robbed of being able to sleep in by car and crowd noise at 8:30 on Sunday mornings. Town Farm Road and Waterville Road are small, heavily traveled roads already. We already have difficulty accessing our homes because of event traffic. The traffic tie-ups will become doubly frequent. Consider the impact on the whole town of Farmington of many more cars coming off 84, adding to the already unceasing backup and interminable wait at our iconic corner coming into town. Nowhere does the application state a total number of events that will actually be held at the polo grounds. Because of the unlimited categories of polo and charity events, it is impossible to determine how many total events of all types there will be in a week, month, or year. That means an event could be held every single day of the year. Winter is not hospitable to outdoor events. In addition to during the week, events will likely be held every weekend during spring, summer, and fall. Each day of an event will be considered one of 25 events. 25 events is enough to have many multiple day events. There's no limit to the number of multiple day events allowed. Events over multiple days will be multiple days of excess noise and traffic. And here I'm just going to throw in something that I just thought of. A friend wants to have a fundraising charity event. She was shocked at how much she would be charged for, quote, subletting the venue. When, let's see. So anyway, that's of great concern is that there's no specification in the application of the types of 25 non-equestrian events that will be held. With no permit being required, rock concerts with 400 people in attendance will be possible. 25 non-equestrian events plus 12 Sunday morning events means 37 events. That's not counting the unlimited number of equestrian and charity events. All events will be allowed up to 400 people. Permits will be required only for events with more than 400 people. 400 people is a huge amount of people to attend an event before a permit is necessary. How many of the impossible to determine total number of events will have 400 people? And how often will those be held? Has anyone counted up the number of amplification hours that would be permitted per week? I have 74. The amplification hours of 3-day holiday weekends are an additional 6 hours. A total of 80 hours of amplification will be possible in 1 week. There are 168 hours in a week. 74 of those hours are amplification hours. The remaining 94 hours includes sleeping time of 56 hours. That leaves a grand total of 38 waking hours, clear of excess noise and traffic, and those hours will not be predictable. Consider the total number of hours in a year and the year-long impact that will have on the community. Sound carries, especially loud sounds over a huge open field that bleeds into large areas of the surrounding community, both sides of the river. It has to be loud. There's no way of decreasing the volume that is needed to cover the huge and open area of the polo grounds. Noise from the speakers doesn't take into account the additional crowd and traffic noise of up to 400 people, which greatly compounds the sound levels that are generated by events. The owner and representatives of the Farmington Polo Club said last meeting, speakers have been faced away from the community along Town Farm Road. That means they now face Waterville Road, where 2 of my friends live. They hate the noise, and now it will become worse for them as well as more frequent. Liquor of all kinds will be sold. Cannabis is now legal. People get much louder when they drink and use pot. Exponentially louder the higher the number of people, which will be up to 400. People will be driving home under the influence. If anything adverse happens, the Farmington Polo Club will be held responsible the same way a bar is held responsible if they let people drive home drunk. If someone is inebriated or stoned, will their keys be collected so they won't be able to drive home? What will be the consequences to the Farmington Polo Club? Will they be fined? Will their liquor license be revoked? The application says there will be an announcement at events requesting appropriate behavior and driving etiquette. What is the definition of appropriate behavior and driving etiquette? How will whatever is defined as appropriate behavior and driving etiquette be enforced? People pay as much attention to announcements as they do to the emergency spiel delivered by airline attendants. The application states that amplified music, announcements, speeches, etc., will comply with the town noise ordinance. The town noise ordinance states that no person shall, within the limits of the town, create or cause any unreasonably loud, unnecessary, or disturbing noise. What level of noise is unreasonably loud, unnecessary, or disturbing? It is impossible for an event with many hours of amplification, plus noise generated by a crowd of up to 400 people, plus traffic noise, to adhere to any noise ordinance of not being unreasonably loud, unnecessary, or disturbing, especially in a residential community. What will be considered a violation? Will there be any consequences for the Farmington Polo Club? What will those consequences be? The application states that no lighting will directly shine on or adversely affect the neighbors. Just because the sun isn't shining directly on something doesn't mean there isn't bright light throughout a much larger area. They are called floodlights for a reason. The lighting during the late hours of events will directly adversely affect the neighbors living next to the polo grounds. The presentation by the Farmington Polo Club last town meeting was ridiculous. A regular microphone was passed to you commission members to demonstrate sound levels, and photos of sedate events were shown. A microphone doesn't compare even infinitesimally to multiples of huge booming speakers raised high above the huge amount of open field that needs to be covered. An outdoor event of 100, let alone 400 people, is not sedate and genteel. If this application is granted to the Farmington Polo Club, there are no guarantees promises will be kept. It is already impossible to keep any promises regarding noise levels generated because it will be impossible to keep anywhere near the requirements of the town noise ordinance. If there are no regulations and no oversight once granted permission, the Farmington Polo Club will be able to do whatever they want, whenever they want, within their stated operational and amplification hours. Any contesting by the public will take a great deal of time, effort, and expense, and there is no guarantee that complaints will be responded to, let alone a change being made to what has been already granted. Before he left Pandora on Earth, Zeus handed her a beautiful box saying, "This is my own special gift to you. Don't ever open it." As Zeus anticipated, Pandora's curiosity got the best of her, and she opened the box, ending earthly paradise. If this application by the Farmington Polo Club is granted, it is a Pandora's box that will be impossible to shut once open. Our community earthly paradise will end. I implore all of you on the Planning and Zoning Commission to not grant this application by the Farmington Polo Club.
Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to speak regarding this application? Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Oh,
Hi, I'm Kate McDonald. I live at 1 Kempton Mews in Devonwood, and we're the second closest home to the polo fields. For the purpose of this hearing, I'll just state that I'm a traumatic brain injury survivor with post-traumatic epilepsy. Brain injuries are complex, as is the brain, and the part of my brain that was affected the most is the part that processes sound. I have what's called hyperacusis, and hyperacusis is a reduced tolerance to noise. And I find ordinary noise to be very loud, and it can get to the point where it's painful. This past Saturday, there was an event at the golf course, and I was at my computer trying to work, and the noise at these wedding events or whatever go for 4 or 5 hours. And I have tactics to try to lessen the noise. And one of them is to put the TV on. And if that doesn't work, then I have, these are called Bose noise cancellation headphones. They run about $400. There's 2 types of headphones. You have reduction headphones, which you'll see like people mowing the lawn or like air traffic controllers, they'll wear them. These differ in that they have tiny microphones inside, and I'm just trying to stay organized here. So the microphones in these will listen to the outside noise frequencies and then match those opposite frequencies and try to cancel out the sound. The noise that comes from both the polo fields and the golf course have frequencies that these cannot stop. So the best technology in terms of canceling out sound, these don't even work when the frequencies are low. So a few moments ago, we were shown a slide that talked about decibels, and there was the little meter. When you're talking about the impact of sound, you can't just talk about decibels. You also have to talk about frequency of the sound waves. Sound waves come in 3 frequencies. There's low, medium, and high. The ones that are damaging are the low frequency sound waves. Just here. So low frequency sound waves are measured at 500 hertz or less. Little science aside here. So hertz is the number of cycles a sound wave makes per second. So 500 hertz and lower are the low frequency. So low frequency sound waves are longer wavelength, and they're very resilient. They travel long distances, and they're also able to penetrate through solid surfaces easier than any other kind of wave. So this is why, like when I was trying to work on Saturday night, the waves are coming right through the walls of my house. They come through the windows. That's why people say we're feeling the rattling in the windows. Sometimes people say, you know, I feel the sound in my bones. That's the low frequency sound waves. So I've lived at 1 Kempton Mews for almost 6 years. And each year there's the dream ride, and I fully support the cause. I think it's wonderful. When those cars are revving the engines and idling and all that, that's sound, the waves are between 15 and 50 hertz. Now, I just said that 500 hertz is a low frequency sound. The lower the hertz goes, the stronger the ability of a wave to travel a distance, and the stronger it's able to go through walls of homes. So we can't, once again, we can't just talk about decibels when we're talking about the impact of resonance with sound. And so far, that's all I've heard is decibels. So they had that little decibel meter. what they really need to get out there with to show you guys the impact is they need either an oscilloscope or a spectral analyzer. And that will give you the hertz readings. And then that's going to give you how strong the waves are that are going through people's homes and the distance they're traveling. So back to the Dream Ride. During that weekend, I actually had to leave my home because the hertz are so low that no matter, you know, wearing these, TV on, anything, it's just so painful. I just have to leave. So I'm a former biology teacher, so health is always important to me, has been. So I found an article. It was in the Journal of Applied Sciences. It's very reputable. And they published an article in July of 2020. And the article was looking at the association between low frequency noise, these waves I've been talking about, and its effects on health. So in this article, they looked at a compilation of 142 scientific articles from, you know, around the world, different situations. And the articles that they looked at were published between 2016 and 2019. The findings showed a strong correlation between low frequency noise, these waves I've been talking about, and the effects on sleep disorders, discomfort, sensitivity to and irritability from noise, annoyance, hearing loss, and cardiovascular diseases from prolonged stress and anxiety. These effects, these health effects on healthy, normal people, the rest, you know, I don't know everyone's medical status in Devonwood and the surrounding areas, but this is people with no disabilities, just great health. These are the health implications low frequency waves can have. So back to, you know, trying to work on Saturday night, none of my strategies were working. So I thought, okay, what would I have to do to this house that I live in to make it so I could work during the Dream Ride or just not have pain in my ears? So I would have to soundproof my home. So I just was curious and I'm like, well, how do you soundproof your home? What would it cost? So a room excuse me, an existing home would cost $10 to $30 per square foot. So depending on the sources of sound. So, you know, as a Devonwood resident, if these proposed events happen, that's going to be more likelihood that you're going to have an event happening at the golf course and an event happening at the polo fields. So the science of waves is when waves come from different sources, they can overlap one another. And when they, sorry, when they overlap, they strengthen. So back to soundproofing, depending on the source of the sound, you may have to install sound booths, acoustic panels, or acoustic foam. So you may be wondering, well, what's the cost of that? So it's $10 to $30 per square foot, and that's for professional installation. And then you have to pay for the materials above and beyond that. So you have a 2,500 square foot home. The minimum is going to be $25,000 in labor, plus the cost of materials. The maximum you're looking at is $75,000 worth of labor, plus additional cost of materials. Now that's just for the walls and the roof, where the windows, think of how many windows are in people's homes. That's going to be an expense that I can't even imagine. I didn't even get into the windows. So for just the walls and the roof, minimum $25,000 in labor for 25,000 square foot home. So my conclusion is when we moved to Connecticut, we were specifically looking for a quiet neighborhood. And we heard over and over about how special Devonwood was in that regard. Due to my disabilities, 85% of my life is spent at home. I work from home, And I enjoy walking and riding my bike around Devonwood and winding trails. Should numerous new events be allowed at the polo fields, the quality of life that I can still enjoy will be greatly reduced. To have frequent events that will overlap with the sounds coming from the golf course would force me from my home routinely due to the pain I would feel from the combined strength of the waves, and also, you know, cars and coffee. It's the cars with the low frequency engines, 50 hertz. The strength of those, and just that is what drives me from my home. It doesn't seem right that a business looking to make additional profits should potentially force me from my neighborhood and home. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ours.
All right, anyone else?
Hi, Michelle Grande, 6 Ashford Court, also in Devonwood. My home is 2 houses from the Polo Club. From my windows, I can see the fields, I can see the white fences, I can see the tents. I hear everything. On polo match days, I can hear the announcer, not every detail. It's a little bit more like a Charlie Brown hearing the adults. It's more like a want, want, want. But I enjoy it. And I like hearing the polo matches. I'm very grateful for all that the Polo Club has done. The grounds are beautiful. The staff is amazing. Being an animal activist, I was horrified to see how some of the previous owners had treated the horses. And now I'm so happy to see how wonderful their care is. I think the polo matches are really fun. I've enjoyed them with my friends and my family, and the Bizzuto family is exceptionally generous. I've been involved in at least 3 or 4 events hosted by the Polo Club that have benefited from their generosity. And I look forward every year to Dream Ride. In theory, I'm not opposed to more events at the polo grounds. The polo matches are very happy community sounds that I hear. And the drive-in movies were quiet and great family fun. I'm also extremely grateful I was able to watch one of my sons graduate from high school there. And this year I will also watch my second son graduate from on the grass there too. And I think that these events are a fantastic example and proof of community working together. I do think more events could be beneficial for many. It's community building, family fun, philanthropic activities, and I do think some local businesses could benefit financially and grow from them. But the difficulty is that it's a very, very delicate balance and boundaries and guidelines, and difficult to define and manage. And a lot of it is who will be managing this. There's a lot of pressure on you all, and is it decisions made piece by piece, one event at a time? The balance and the definitions and setting precedent, that's what is really scary. Now, I appreciate hobbies and special leisure interests, and I think they're super important to what's needed for a healthy and balanced life. My hobbies are gardening, and I love reading on my back deck. On Sundays in the summer, I can do neither. The weekly event, Coffee and Cars, is just too loud. The sound of the cars driving sound like they're driving right through my bedroom window, literally. And it goes on for hours and hours. I know the gentleman said that they're not revving their engines and it's not hours and hours of cars, but they're coming and going the entire time. So I do hear the cars for 4 solid hours. And honestly, I invite any of you to come lay in my bed on a Sunday morning with a decibel meter to see what it sounds like. Truly, make arrangements. You may come because it literally sounds like the car is driving through and parking on my bed. So even though it's called Coffee and Cars and people are there enjoying their coffee, I cannot enjoy my coffee at my home. I cannot sit outside on a Sunday, the entire summer, and have a coffee on my deck. It is incredibly loud. So where I live at my home, I cannot have a coffee. And that just does not seem right. And on Sunday mornings, I cannot get my two large dogs to go out to pee. I'm not kidding. They are horrified. They are terrified like it's 4th of July fireworks terrified. Every Sunday, it is a struggle to get my dogs to go outside to go to the bathroom. So now I will go back to my previous point that I said, how wonderful I think it is that as being an animal activist, that the animals are now being treated better at the Polo Club. So now I'm wondering, is that really true with all of the noise and the loud cars and the subwoofers and the bass lines next to the horses? I'm not so sure that I agree with that now that I've said it. And previously you said earlier that people are looking for, and I quote, the outdoor lifestyle is what people are looking for. Well, I couldn't agree with you more. But we can't enjoy that in our neighborhood where we live, where we pay taxes all summer long. We cannot enjoy the outdoor lifestyle is what people are looking for. We all agree with you, but we cannot enjoy that. We cannot go outside. In passing, sometime earlier this year, I ran into a town official and I was talking casually to them about the noise and the 8:30 a.m. and specifically coffee and cars, because yes, coffee and cars is the major issue. It should not exist. But in passing, I was speaking with a town official about the noise and I can't go outside and it's so loud. And the town official actually said to me, well, just close your windows and turn on the air conditioner. And I thought, really? That's the answer I'm getting from a town official where I live and pay taxes is telling me I should go inside, close my windows for the summer and turn on the air conditioner. So the town official is telling me I should not enjoy the fresh air and I should incur higher electric bills. I don't think that sounds right. So then I thought, well, maybe I should ask this town official what I should do about my dogs not wanting to go outside to pee. And I thought, no, that's probably not a good idea. So coffee and cars next weekend, coffee and cars and pet rescue together. That kind of feels like we just slapped two things together because I've worked for a pet rescue. I have for many years. I've probably just this year alone had, I think, 14 foster dogs, just this year alone. And I can tell you that pet rescue next to coffee and cars is not a match. I appreciate what they are trying to do. And I'm sure, as with the rescue I work for, any rescue is going to say yes to any opportunity to bring their dogs to someplace where they may get adopted. They will. But putting rescue dogs next to those cars is a horrible idea. That to me sounds like someone's trying to slap some not-for-profit or not-profit idea marketed with coffee and cars just to make it sound better. And I think that is just shameful. And I have another question. So we're bringing in more police, but how do police control the sound of an engine? You're bringing in police to control the sound and the noise, but I don't know that police can actually control the sound of an engine. That doesn't seem like that can work. So I believe in the proposal, it says that the request is limited to nonprofit events. But Coffee and Cars, as you've just said, is not a nonprofit event. It's a not-for-profit event. So how did that get passed? I'm a little confused by that. But I still think it's just Coffee and Cars is in all these motorized events that are proposed. They're just not appropriate for a residential area. It's just not a match. And I understand that they're monitoring these noise levels, but science versus reality, you can put those scientific numbers out there all day long, but what we are experiencing is just so different. Both the live music and the DJs, I can be outside, I can try, but it's just like when you're at a rock concert in the subwoofer, I can actually feel it pounding in my chest. It is too loud. It's just way too loud. And I will say, I think this is an awesome property. And I think they've done a beautiful job. It is pretty amazing. And again, I will say the staff is amazing. Everyone I've encountered there has been really, truly wonderful. And there are so many options and there are so many benefits, but motorized sports, hobbies, charitable or otherwise, just do not have a place in a residential neighborhood. So in the past, there have been antique shows. There have been other well-managed events, maybe a dog park. I don't know, but I just think if we open this up, someone referred to Pandora's box. I just don't know how you can manage it. I just don't know. It could go any which direction. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on you all, event by event. I'm nervous about how it can be managed. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding this application? Okay. Either.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Bennett. I also am a Devonwood resident. I'm at 14 Claremont Park in Devonwood. I've been at the April 10th meeting. I've been at the April 24th meeting. I'm here today, May 8th. I am in support of the amendment. I spoke on that the first time on April 10th, where I submitted a letter. There's just a couple new points that I do want to raise. I also want to be clear. I am a resident of Devonwood. I am a boarder at Farmington Polo Club. I have a horse there. I've been to a majority of these events. I ride there every single day. I've been there when they've been testing and had the speakers all out and doing the sounds at all different levels. I've been on a horse while they've been doing this. I was at the recent Cinco de Mayo event where they showed doing the reading of it. And unfortunately, I missed the national anthem because it was so low, you couldn't hear it. I had no idea that they were even doing play-by-play because the speakers were so low that no one even knew that there was an announcer. So I just want to make note of that. So I've also, at these Cars and Coffees, I've been there on a horse playing during the amateur polo events when the cars are there. The cars are parked there and they're actually right next to the polo field. So they can't be driving around. They can't be revving their engines. I think what's happening is maybe when they're leaving the premises, that may be occurring, but it's not occurring while they're on property. It's an event that families go to. They bring their children. I do think it's a wonderful time to actually partner with a charitable organization for pets. I actually got my 2 dogs there. So my dogs have been there. I have a horse there. My children have been there. And my husband too, who had passed away from a brain tumor, has gone to a number of these events, who also had issues with sound and had been able to listen to the polo events, enjoyed a number of the Cars and Coffee. I will say, I find it interesting that at one entrance, we have the beautiful polo club. This is what I love about Devonwood. I can go out one entrance and I can spend my days on beautiful grass fields on a horse, or go through the other entrance and there's winding trails with a beautiful lake that runs a camp daily during the summer, where there are cars in and out, not just for the campers, that are probably over hundreds of campers, along with the daily folks that do go to winding trails. But they also have Last Blast, where they're putting off fireworks. They have sing-alongs, they have acoustic nights, and I can hear all of that from my backyard. And that hasn't been brought up at all during this. But I think these are wonderful sounds of our community. And I look forward to hearing the kids laughing, the songs around the campfire, and knowing that it's the end of the summer with all the fireworks, just as I love to pull out of my other entrance and see the same things at the polo field. And I look forward to seeing what wonderful events the polo field is going to put together. The events of come make a wreath during Christmas time. These are small events that are in the aisles with the horses. It can't make a lot of noise. And women are around making Christmas wreaths. They do wonderful events for the Easter seals and for Easter egg hunts, where children are coming around and they're doing Easter egg hunts and holiday and horses. It's more than just Cars and Coffee. And it's more than just revving of engines. It's events for families. And my 2 daughters are here tonight because we love this place so much. And for all of the activities that they have provided us and all of the good things that we look forward to. And my one daughter has been here till 1 o'clock in the morning the last time. The second one finally came along because she didn't have CCD. Anyway, I just want to say, I think sometimes what happens is, you know, at one point everyone says they love the Dream Ride. It does such great work. But then there's a but with that, because with the Dream Ride, with all of that wonderful, great work that's being done, there are a lot of cars for that weekend. There is a lot of noise, but that's not what's happening at the polo matches, right? That's not what's happening at making wreaths and Easter egg hunts and holidays with horses. That can't be happening, because I'll tell you, we love our horses that are there, and those horses are well taken care of. I'm there along with my boarding family, and we see those horses every day, and they are well taken care of, and we would not keep those horses on the property if that was the case. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. Thank you. All right. Anyone else in the room that wishes to speak in favor or, okay, or opposition?
Hi, I'm Kathy Braga, 37 Prowling Pond. I am too also part of the boarding family at the Farmington Polo Grounds. An earlier remark was made about horses and the noise, and I have two horses there actually. One is a unicorn, who really his idea of a spook would be to do this. That's it. The other one, you know, a leaf could blow in front of him and whoa. He's never made, he does not care about anything that happens on the grounds. He is, and my 12-year-old, she's 13. She's 13 now. She just turned. My 13-year-old is the one that rides the spooky one. I ride the unicorn. It is an amazing place. We have found our home. We have been there for more than 2 years, and I can't say enough good things about the things that happen there. And it's unfortunate that people live across the street from this wonderful thing that does so much great for the world. But it was there when you moved in. And
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone's entitled to their individual comment, please. Thank you.
the grounds have been there since 1929. There have been things happening on this property for decades. And yes, I understand with technology, I am sure it is louder there now because there are speakers and microphones now that perhaps weren't there in the 70s. But I have been there, as Jen said, watching them do all the sound tests. They're working really hard to make it palatable for everyone while continuing to do all the good things that they do. And while continuing to provide a beautiful home for the horses. And there are probably closer to 80 horses there with all of the polo horses and the hunter jumper horses. It's a very happy place for all of us. And I wish that everybody could enjoy it and appreciate all the things that happen there and all of the good that comes of it all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else in the room? Go ahead, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Nita Jankowski and I live at 18 Salisbury Way. Salisbury Way is one of the two streets in Devonwood that is the closest to the Polo Grounds property. I've lived there for 16 years. Prior to that, I lived in New Britain for 40 years. And I did much the same as you all do. I've served for over 10 years on an elected capacity and an appointed capacity, Common Council, Zoning Board of Appeals, City Planning Commission. I am not approaching this simply as a NIMBY topic. I can see the entirety of the thing. What I don't see is a hardship based on the applicant. In my previous work, there was always supposed to be some sort of hardship when applying for a zoning board variance. I just don't see it here, and I've looked. But I have attended many of the equestrian events and portions of the Dream Ride. The equestrian events I enjoyed very much. I think they're very well done, and I think it's a nice thing to have in the neighborhood. Traffic's a little much, but it's okay. We can put up with it. The car shows, not so much. The car shows don't start at 8:30 a.m. as the gentleman had suggested. If you're not letting them in until 8:30 a.m., they are riding around the neighborhood an hour or two in advance. No joke, I have heard their engines 7 a.m. Farmington does not allow drive-throughs, correct? Except for one at CVS that was successful. I consider that whole part of town a drive-through on a Sunday morning with all that noise going on. And unfortunately, it's not the only noise in the neighborhood. When I moved in 16 years ago, the Tunxus plantation was already in existence. And, you know, in the winter, Devonwood or that part of town is quite quiet when all our windows are shut. But this past Saturday, after I was working out in my garden all day, very tired, I wanted to retire early. 10 o'clock, I opened my window for some fresh air. And then I realized it's wedding season. So I had to quickly shut my window because I knew I wasn't going to fall asleep to the lullaby of YMCA. It was just too loud. And I'm sure you've been there. That is another open air venue. There are no walls at that property. So we've got more than one noisemaker in town. A few years ago, my husband and I were celebrating a significant wedding anniversary. I had invited a whole bunch of people to my house for Sunday brunch. Very poor planning on my part because that was the Dream Ride weekend. It took the guests 1 hour to travel from New Britain to my house. And of course, I've learned my lesson, and I generally escape during the Dream Ride weekend, or at least that Sunday. I leave early, so I know not to have to put up or fight with any of that traffic. And I can do that once a year. That's not a problem. Very often, that's going to be a bit difficult to swallow. Events like the Dream Ride, I think, are very difficult for the entire east side of Farmington. As I understand it, the town of Farmington was very adamant against allowing 4 lanes on Route 4 when it was reconstructed. So we have 3 now, 2 going towards 84 and 1 coming from. That, I believe, was in the spirit of this traffic calming philosophy. In that spirit, I don't see how inviting more traffic matches up with that theory or philosophy. It just doesn't make sense to me when you haven't accommodated for it. So I hope you all haven't already made up your minds, which I find is often the case. And public hearings like this are sometimes just for optics. I hope you think long and hard about the effect on the immediate neighborhood, the entire east side of town, what it means to traffic, noise, and if indeed more events are allowed, I would ask that somehow there'd be strict procedures on policing, monitoring, because I can just see it getting a whole lot worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, coming up.
Hi, Annie George at 2 Kempton Mews. My property is 800 feet from the Polo Grounds. I am in strong opposition to the application submitted by the Town Farm Development for the additional 25 non-equestrian events. So as a registered voter and taxpayer resident of Farmington, I believe that this proposal will have a negative impact on the quality of life for the residents living in and around the Polo Grounds. disruption of peace, continuous noise pollution beyond the 50 decibels permitted during spring, summer, and fall, preventing one to enjoy the peace and privacy of their home and yard. Constant noise and sound waves that vibrate my window panes, again, 800 feet away. Decrease in property values due to noise and air pollution, concentration of older, classic older cars that are not required to comply with the emission standards. Noise pollution, building up noise leading up to the events, start midweek, and to accommodate setup, testing of speakers, amplifiers. I am there, I'm like a foot soldier on the ground, so I know what firsthand experience is like. Opening windows in the evening is absolutely, you can't do it because of the noise, because it literally penetrates through the walls and it vibrates through the windows. Town Farm Road and Devonwood Drive are turned into an Indy 500 speed race tracks at all hours of the night during events. Significant increase in traffic congestion, potential delay of fire, police, and emergency response personnel to arrive at residents' home in case of fire, medical, and potential loss of life, and police. It's seconds matter in a situation of emergency. Child safety, the high-speed traffic cutting through Salisbury Street in Devonwood, and a disregard for the four-way stop signs on Cambridge Crossing, accidents waiting to happen. Myself, and including my neighbors, have witnessed patrons of the Polo Grounds urinating and defecating on public and private property, and a disregard for posted no parking signs. The financial burden on taxpayers to compensate for the unnecessary wear and tear on streets and repair supporting that higher volume of traffic. As a member of this community and a resident who is vested financially, has a vested financial interest in my property and those surrounding properties, because if it's impacting me, it's impacting my community. It's to preserve the peace of our community. I strongly urge the board to reject the application submitted by the town of Farmington. I believe that this is really important. One other thing I wanted to address was the hiring of additional police officers. During these events, you have the police officers driving around on the mini golf carts. And there's been instances, where we had the patrons defecating and urinating on the private and public property. And so I flagged the police officer down. And I said, and this person was pulling up their pants and they were moving away. He says, the number of patrons outnumber the amount of police that are here. So there is nothing that we could really do. So I just shrug my shoulders and have to walk away. Why? Why do I need to be inconvenienced because of a for-profit organization who's looking to increase revenues? It's at the cost of my property value or my peace of mind or the safety of my children or being able to go out into my yard and enjoy the peace and serenity that was not the case years ago before all this opened up. So I do believe that if a Pandora's box is opened, it's going to be open full, and the burden of responsibility will come back to haunt us. So I implore you to please consider rejecting this submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Hi, I'm Grace Bennett, and I live on 14 Claremont Park in Devonwood, and I'm the daughter of Jen. And as I was at the latest polo match, Cinco de Mayo, and as my mom said before, Alyssa, who's a 10-year-old girl, does the flags before they start the national anthem. Now, me and my friend Casey, Kathy's daughter, didn't know she was doing it until we walked over there, and she was almost done with it. So as they were saying how the speakers are loud. I was 10 feet away from the polo arena and I couldn't hear it. Heather, the manager of FPC, does the announcements for the polo matches, and I really couldn't hear what she was saying because the speakers weren't that loud. Now, on the other side of Devonwood is Wine and Trails, like again my mom said, and it was like 8 o'clock at night, and at the end of the summer they do like the kickoff and they do the fireworks. Now the fireworks are very, very loud and I can hear them from like my room, but it's the sound of like all for Winding Trails and the polo matches. The only reason they're doing this is so people can have fun and they can go outside and they can enjoy time with their family and friends, and they just want like people to like have fun and enjoy. Now the Cars and Coffee I can understand is loud with the Dream Ride as well, but the cars are coming, so the people who live in Devonwood, and like how they're saying it's loud, the cars are coming through Devonwood, so it's not exactly, or it's just other cars. Like sometimes, like even in the middle of the summer when it's not the Dream Ride or Cars and Coffee, we'll hear other cars, but that like cars will make noise. And why people enjoy the polo matches is because, like as I was saying, people can go outside and have fun. And yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, young lady. All right, anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding, okay? Nope, okay. Right.
Hello, I'm Jen McCullough. I'm the Events and Marketing Manager with the Hometown Foundation. So I just wanted to take a minute to kind of refocus on the fact that a lot of the things that we are doing, I know a lot of people keep saying we're out there doing this for profit. The things that we do, the Cars and Coffee, the events, like we have a Birdies and Horsepower event coming up. Those are the things that fund everything we do for the rest of the year. That is announced at Dream Ride. So as Dave mentioned before, nearly $3 million we put back into the community throughout our 5 pillars. Whether that's helping an animal in need, not necessarily, I don't know who said it, but the dogs at the Cars and Coffee. It's not always about having dogs there. It might be about raising funds for a rescue, raising funds to give a vet, cover vet costs for these different animal shelters that we support. We also donate police canines throughout the country and in the area, as well as equipment that they need. We recently donated a wheelchair to a 21-year-old girl who had complications from sepsis and became a quadruple amputee. We cannot make this money without these events. This isn't profit that we're making. We're not paying ourselves with that money. The foundation actually puts everything back out into the community to do these beautiful, wonderful things. And I'm sorry, I should have started first by thanking the people who are speaking out for us, apologizing to the people who are inconvenienced. We know cars are loud. We are doing our best to put things in place to mitigate the concerns that people have brought up. As concerns come up, we've brought in different consultants. We've brought in different tools and tricks and things like that. Not tricks, tools and ways to try to mitigate the situation. Trying to address neighbors' concerns during Dream Ride. We do send letters notifying people. We do our best to get them to everyone. We are not allowed to walk around and put them in your mailboxes, as that's against the law. So we do mail out to mailing lists that we have. We've really, we invite the residents of the area every year to come and enjoy it. We want to be good neighbors. We want you to feel comfortable. We want you to come to our events and enjoy them with us and help us help the community. So yeah, if anyone has questions or
other things about what the foundation does or how we operate. We try to be very transparent and very involved in the community. And as Dave mentioned before, the Cars and Coffee, that car community is really the true backbone of what we do. They are the ones who are supporting us. They're, coming in Thanksgiving time, donating money, donating turkeys, like allowing us to feed thousands and thousands and thousands of people, give them holiday meals, bring them toys, for the holidays, things like that. And really, we all live pretty comfortable lives as we're here tonight, choosing to be here with our time. And there's a lot of people out there who can't do these things. They're not healthy enough. They're not able to get here. They don't have cars. They don't have money. They don't have food. So we're trying to address those basic needs of people. And that's really our biggest goal, is to be able to help the community. So I just wanted everybody to kind of understand that that is where we're coming from. We are not ever doing anything to maliciously hurt you, hurt your neighborhood, ruin your Sunday. We want to be a good neighbor as well, so. Thank you. Nope.
No.
No, we'll do, responses later. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Misspoke. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Pierre Gerton, 12 Henley Commons. I spoke to you at the last meeting. I'm not going to repeat anything in regards to that, but I'm going to try to summarize where I think we are with this. It's a bit of a mess. And unfortunately, it wasn't a function of what you guys all did or what the town planning department did of this era. Is what happened about 5 to 7 years ago when this whole project got underway and it was sold to us as a dream ride. And ever since, every application that's occurred, we've only noticed people that live within 200 feet of a location that is impacting literally hundreds of homes and neighbors. And as a result, what you had is a situation where the community didn't really have the opportunity to speak. They weren't noticed. We didn't know this was happening. And then you ask, well, why are we here? It's because this has become incrementally and incrementally and incrementally a bigger and bigger issue. So I want to speak to you tonight. People have raised real concerns. We weren't here till 12:45 in the morning at the last meeting because we're making this up. The young woman that spoke earlier that has severe hearing related or sound related issues was not here making it up. Okay. Unfortunately, those impacted, even in the community of Devonwood, which is over 300 homes, the impacts are substantially different depending on where you are relative to their facilities, to the town farmers facilities. Henley Commons is on the eastern side, adjacent to Town Farm Road, as a number of the others. Claremont Park is not. It's closer to Winding Trails, as an example. The TPZ has granted by special permit privileges to the applicant that extend beyond the privileges we as neighboring homeowners were ever or are ever to be allowed. This has resulted in a full-fledged for-profit commercial operation looking to expand further with activities that are not sufficiently restricted in the current or proposed special permit. The premise of the underlying permit is misguided. It focuses on the number of attendees versus the type and nature of the operations of specific events that are and would be substantially inconsistent with R40 zoning and R40 neighborhoods. So I've been interested in trying to understand how we've gotten here. A week ago, I reached out by email to our town planner asking 3 basic questions or for some additional information. One, on what basis has this special permit in the past been granted? Under what premise of the zoning bylaws was the permit granted? As you all familiar, the R40 has specific permitted uses and certain allowed uses. It is inherently unclear to many of us that what allowed use would even have qualified as the basis for a special permit. I then asked, we've seen all kinds of disjointed information regarding this special permit. The applicant has essentially showed us nice videos. Hard to argue with nice videos, but they're not very informative. They're not informative to serve as a basis for substantial deliberations and a decision by this commission. So what I asked was, is there a document, or could there be a document that compares and contrasts the current special permit versus the document that is being presented to the commission or has been presented as the basis for a revised or expanded special permit? The applicant this evening walked you all through that. It's quite possible that that was created as a result of my request. And I would just suggest that in matters such as these, that type of a document would be so helpful, not only to the commission, but for those that are interested in the topic to really understand what is being proposed so that we don't have this, shake and bake kind of stuff going on. And then finally, our town statutes call for a zoning enforcement officer. And I asked, to what extent has the zoning enforcement officer of the town or any other town representative acting in a similar capacity inspected the applicant for its compliance with the special permit during periods of operation? Okay, and the town planner shared with me that essentially that's only occurred this past summer in connection with the number of complaints that had been made. And in fact, it informed the town planner in regards to a number of the changes that have been included and presumably worked through as a result of these discussions. Now, in connection with the information, she didn't directly respond to the question about what was the basis for the special permit, but she did send me all the minutes dating back to 2016 through to now dealing with this matter. And while having only received it earlier today, I haven't had a chance to go through it all, but it was constructive in that it pointed me to Article 4, Section 12 of the special permit site plan. So there's special regulations within the zoning regulations. And so the interesting thing is I find that it doesn't tie back to having the underlying basis being a permitted use in the specified zoning area to which the special permit will apply. However, I'm not a zoning expert. However, I do find somewhat informative that the considerations of the commission for such a special permit, that the existing and future character of the neighborhood in which the zone and/or use is to be located will be protected. Second, the adequate safeguards have been taken to protect adjacent property and the neighborhood in general from detriment. Some of the remaining more specific regulations deal with site plan, et cetera, which aren't all that important here. So I don't think that that's what's happened over the last 7 or so years. And we have been impacted to the detriment. Okay. The prior speaker said that there was no harm implied in the special permit. In my terminology, there's no burden. They have been driving this bus, okay, entirely on their own, and the town, for all intents and purposes, has had somewhat unfettered, allowed them unfettered use, subject to obviously coming before you. But there's been very little enforcement. We've called the police. There's not much I can do. There's a lot of looseness in this special permit, even as it's drafted in revised form. It says you can't park on Town Farm Road. But what about the parking on Country Club, Girard, Devonwood Drive, the medians within the Devonwood neighborhood? Okay. It apparently is going to allow for new uses for temporary housing on site, the use of generators. There should be no allowed use of generators. No one questions the property improvements that have been made by the applicant and several charities that have benefit. However, it is fair to raise that the applicant has scheduled and operated certain events that have substantial negative impacts to the neighborhood, and any proposed adjustments to the special permit have been minimal and are not sufficient. Okay, there was a discussion earlier about the subletting is to be limited to charitable, not-for-profit organizations. Well, not all not-for-profit organizations are charitable, okay, under the law. And then when you drive by the facility, okay, sorry, we have a sign out front. It says weddings, special events, and corporate outings. That is not, those are not uses that are necessarily common and limited to not-for-profit organizations of a charitable purpose. How does that get managed? Who administers that? It's time for the TPZ to substantially revisit the special permit with a keen focus of securing a more balanced way for the interest of the neighbors to be protected. With the degree and nature of the concerns raised by the neighbors, no expansion of activity should be allowed at this time. The applicant should be required to demonstrate an ability to operate within the requirements of the special permit and be inspected by the town's enforcement officer. It is not sufficient for the applicant to promise change. They should be required to implement changes successfully before any expansion of activities. And I also want to be clear that I and many others in the community believe that this determination and deliberation is not limited to whether an up and down vote as to whether they get the additional non-polo activities. The whole subject and nature of the special permit is up for review. And I'm hopeful, based on the inquiries you've made this evening, that you will hold this applicant to a much higher standard to find an opportunity where this can work within a framework that the neighbor's property infringements and use is not what it has been and what it will be. When I look at the history, it was 200 and less people. Now it's 400 and less. There were comments, very minor amplification. It was to be used for minor announcements and background music. That's not where we are today. So it's this slippery slope. So the neighbors were not interested in shutting down the Polo Club operations. We believe there are a number of reasonable changes that the TPZ should consider, and even more importantly, the applicant consider if they are truly interested in being a good neighbor. The primary concerns relate to noise and, to a lesser degree, traffic and associated safety concerns. So let me speak to each types of events. The Cars and Coffee and any and all similar events involving high performance type cars, motorcycles, trucks, etc. As I was thinking about this, in the spirit of our politics of the day, I was going to suggest that perhaps the events be limited to electric vehicles, and we perhaps wouldn't have the concerns that we have. But I do think it is within the purview and quite reasonable for the Town Planning and Zoning Commission to restrict these either entirely or in part to a specified number. Okay, candidly, the Polo Club operates probably from April through October. It would not seem unreasonable, albeit probably many of us would like to see more severe restrictions, that these kinds of events be limited to one event per month, excluding the August weekend for the Dream Ride. Okay. If the applicant feels that these are so important with regards to their mission and organizational focus, then there are other places to gain arrangements to hold these kinds of events. That is more than the fair share of that neighborhood in Farmington. And candidly, I think it's more than it should be. We should push back the earliest start time to 9:30 and limit the event to 3 hours. Excuse me. Finally, encourage that all participating performance vehicles arrive between 9:30 and 10 and depart between 11:45 and 12:15 p.m. Those that are not able to meet this request should not participate. The issue is they come and go for 4 hours. It's not 15 or 20 minutes of noise, it's 4 hours of noise. That might be a constructive suggestion. Events involving the amplification of live and or recorded music and spoken word for the purpose of entertaining, dancing, and announcing at functions. All events with total attendees within the capacity of the adjacent banquet facility shall be held in that facility. The town should engage a noise consultant at the expense of the applicant to determine amplification limits at specific location sites that substantially reduce noise pollution to all surrounding neighbors while achieving sufficient amplification for the benefit of the attendees. The premise of the applicant is that as long as these very rudimentary measurements at the boundaries are made, fall within the town ordinance, that's insufficient. There's plenty of people more knowledgeable than I about sound that have testified and provided comment. It's time for the town to engage its own consultant, make its own determination, get valid information that's more substantive, that would provide more credible information to the neighborhoods that are impacted, rather than accepting at face value the judgments that are made by the applicant. And the issue becomes, you know, I understand the town ordinance, but by special permit, you can be more restrictive, particularly in a situation such as this. There's no reason that the stuff has to be blaring. They can adjust the sound down, the people will hear it, and by golly, there will be incremental benefit to the surrounding neighborhood. But we have not apparently seen or heard from an applicant willing to even offer any sort of reasonable adjustments or concessions. As far as equestrian events, including polo matches, the length of the event should be shortened, allowing attendees to arrive and gates open 1 hour prior to the match and events and to leave within 1 hour after the match or the event is completed. Amplification equipment and speakers should be so designed and in their placement to localize the sound to the seating areas, limiting the noise pollution traveling in neighboring properties. Use of such equipment should be minimized. That is what is necessary to ensure attendee safety and communication of important activities or information. No play-by-play announcing an event that an attendee is able to see and hear in person. The applicant should be required to seek approval from the town for any and all events that are not currently provided within the permitted expected uses of the facility. In addition, any activity to occur within permitted and expected uses that requires specific approval from the town under zoning or other regulations shall be secured in advance by the applicant. The applicant should be required to maintain a schedule of events and post on its website the nature of the event, start and end times, gates open, close, an estimated number of attendees shall be posted. Any additional events shall be added to the calendar within 7 days of scheduling the event. The neighborhood would then be much better informed. The applicant's operations and conduct with regard to the special permit, including during events, shall be monitored by the town zoning enforcement officer and or other town representatives for compliance with the requirements of the permit. The monitoring program should include periodic unannounced inspections and an established process to receive community feedback suggesting non-compliance. The town should also have the right to require staffing by certain town personnel, including police and other safety officers. All such costs associated with town personnel shall be billed and reimbursed by the applicant. I honestly believe that you as TPZ commissioners should actually come and do on-site visits before you make your determination. Okay, we did as much as that this evening for a chicken housing application. Okay. Finally, the special permit does not enumerate any consequences to the applicant for its non-conformance with the special permit's requirements and related regulations, zoning and other town regulation. The special permit should include a series of escalating penalties for non-compliance, which could or should include fines, suspensions, and substantial further adjustment of the special permit or its withdrawal. I thank you for your time, and I really thank you for your efforts. And I'm hopeful, while they may seem unreasonable to some, that the suggestions that I've made might form the basis for some of your considerations. I'm going to leave copies with the town planner that she can share with you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding this application, come on up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Bullock, and I live at 2 Chipping Campton in Devonwood. And if I sound a little hoarse, it's because I was up most of the night with a sick dog. So I am truly running on fumes. And if you could tell me that this will be continued to the next meeting, I'd go home and go to sleep or lie down out in the hall right now. So I'm just going to make a few really brief points. I was thrilled to hear you bring up the issue of the residential zoning. And my question goes to that, why is the Polo Club not subject to the same sound and noise restrictions that we are in our neighborhood? For example, if I were to throw a party, which I don't often do, but if I were, that involved a public address system, loud music, and a few hundred cars, I'm 100% certain, 100%, that the Farmington police would be knocking on my door within a matter of minutes, and they would request that I shut it down. Okay. If I were to host a Sunday morning meetup with car owners of exotic cars and muscle cars, which are noisy by design, and I hope I can stay awake enough to share my expertise about those cars because I'm married to a car buff. Okay. I'm 100% certain that if we had one of those meetups at my house on Sunday morning at 8:30, what do you think? 100% certain the Farmington police would be knocking on my door and they would request that we shut it down. And I think this would be true in any residentially zoned neighborhood in Farmington. Any of these activities went on 5-10 minutes, somebody be ringing the police, 5-10 minutes later, they'd be there and they'd say, time out. So my question is, why does the town, and it goes to enforcement and compliance and a lot of things, why does the town allow the Polo Club to do these very things on a similarly zoned adjacent residential property with no repercussions, seemingly with no oversight? And maybe there has been, it sounds like there has been a little bit, but given the fact that it happens over and over and over again, I guess it hasn't, that there really aren't repercussions. The second issue I'm going to raise is about the property values. And I don't think anybody's addressed it. And from my perspective, I'm a former realtor. And I would consider the noise and traffic disruptions to be significant issues that have to be disclosed prior to signing a sales contract. You cannot bring someone in and show them a property on a Tuesday afternoon. We're in a very quiet, peaceful neighborhood, which is exactly what they're looking for. And then, sign a contract and then they move in and boom. Saturday morning, things heat up. Saturday night, boom, we got the music. Sunday morning at 8:30, you've got the exotic cars rolling in. They're not going to be very happy, are they? I know we have a realtor on the commission, and you would understand there's a real issue there that you must disclose with significant negative issues. You must. Otherwise, they're going to come back at you, and justifiably so. If you cannot spend time in your backyard on a summer weekend without a huge amount of noise, if you cannot sleep in on Sunday morning, that's a material issue, and you need to disclose it. So there are certainly property owners that are affected to a degree that they really need to disclose that prior to signing a sales contract with a buyer. And if you think that's a good thing, I mean, the disclosure is, but if you think that everybody's going to say, okay, let's just sign anyway, I think there'd be, yeah, and Inez is smiling and she knows. A few buyers might not be deterred. They might think it's okay. But those who are seeking a quiet enclave would thank you for your candor, get in their cars and look elsewhere. So it really does have a real world impact on property values. If people don't want to live in Devonwood because they don't want to be exposed to noise on weekends, then they're not going to buy there, and you're going to see prices come down. So that's one thing I've not heard discussed at all, but it's, trust me, people look at specific neighborhoods for specific reasons, and the residential areas that surround the polo grounds, peace, quiet, safety, that's, I mean, people buy things for all kinds of reasons, but those are the primary common denominators. That's what they're looking for. And you tell them that that's not what they're going to get, and they're going to get in the car and, look somewhere else. The long-term plans for the property remain unclear. At the time of its purchase, Kevin Daly, the vice president and general counsel of Bizzuto's Inc., said the company's primary reason for purchasing the property was to hold the Dream Ride. And I've heard other similar comments. That's what it was about. And I guess it was generally accepted by the surrounding community. To the extent that they knew about it, I'm not sure. The CEO, Michael Bizzuto, said that he would like to see the property used for events such as antique shows. And I assume there were no major objections to that use at that time, because it had, I think those were the two activities that had been ongoing for a number of years. Now we flash forward to the current Farmington Polo Club website, which devotes as much space to promoting the property for public and private events, wedding venues and catering, as it does to polo. So it seems like we've got a shift going on here from the equestrian focus, which most people seem to be in favor of, to a more private corporate event kind of thing that has nothing to do with horses, but does with cars and other things. The question I wanted to ask Jennifer, I think we need to distinguish between the Hometown Foundation, which is a not-for-profit, and the Farmington Polo Club, which is a for-profit business, correct? They are two separate entities. And so the things she was talking about are a separate, while they enjoy some benefit from the operation of the Farmington Polo Club, they are separate entities, and the Polo Club is a for-profit business. And with that, I think I will conclude two things. One, my dogs won't go outside on Sunday mornings either. I literally have to put them in the car and drive them to Meadow Road down there to walk them. They will not, the first, and that's it. If we happen to be outside, they hit the ground and try to crawl home, or they just won't go out. So it is loud. And the second is about the cars. I know, as much as I've tried to not know anything about cars, because I am not a car buff, after 30 years, you learn a lot. And I have actually driven, a number of the cars that come in for the car shows, and they're fun to drive. They're designed to make noise. There is no way they can be quiet. They can't. We have one exotic car in Devonwood that he can't go more than 5 to 10 miles an hour without the neighbors complaining. That's what they're meant to do, and it's kind of fun. But the only place I've ever really driven them was in airports and industrial places where the noise was acceptable. I have never seen or participated in a meetup for those cars in a residential area. And certainly not 8:30 on Sunday morning. So that's what I know about those cars. They're fun, but to drive, but to be exposed to, no. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Good luck with your dog. Forget that people know more about me than I know about me. It's like, what? Anyway, all right. Anyone else that's in the room that would like to speak regarding this application, come on up. Okay, Jinx, the meeting.
Jim McCahill from 126 Town Farm Road. Before I wrote myself kind of a little letter just so I could keep on track. But before I say that and start reading this, I've lived right near the polo fields since 1956. Some of the history I think you guys have been being told is not so perfectly correct. If you would like to know any of the history that you don't know about the polo fields as far as the type of events, the kind of events, the number of events that they've had for the last however many years, ask me and I'll tell you. All right. Okay. First, I'd like to say I strongly oppose the application for the Town Farm Road Development LLC to basically double or more the number of events. I've heard a lot of seemingly confusing differences in dB levels from the polo fields. And honestly, at this point, I don't care. I don't care if dB levels are reading 5 or 500 or more. We've all heard that many people's windows are vibrating from a quarter of a mile, half a mile away. Where my house is, and I'm not kidding you, my entire house vibrates all summer long, all day, all night. And if it's doing that, I don't care what the noise levels are, it's entirely too loud. I've heard several times how much the Town Farm Road Development LLC wants to work with the neighbors, how much they want to be good neighbors, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I know there's been many complaints over the last 4 years of the same complaints you've heard during these meetings. I encourage the commission, if you haven't already, to review police reports from that time frame. Also, I have no doubt the polo fields have been fully aware of these complaints. If they really wanted to work with the neighbors, they would have done something back then. Honestly, I have zero confidence that they will do anything about these complaints now. I don't care what they say. Town Farm Road has always been one of the most beautiful, peaceful, and quiet rural neighborhoods of town, surrounded by agriculture and farmland. We used to have a farm at both ends of the street. On the Farmington and southern end of Town Farm Road, that farmland was eventually turned into what is now the golf course. A lot less things were going on in Farmington back then, and there wasn't many stores around or anything. But as more stores started popping up, people stopped using the town farm. That's what that was. So now we have a farm at one end of the road and a golf course at the other, all quiet as far as I know anyways. Right smack in the middle is this huge disruption right in the middle of the neighborhood. Clearly, we've all heard many people's lives have been negatively affected in this area. Now we have to have police officers on the street to prevent speeders and for safety. Now we have to have large portable electric signs that curtail speeders. Has anyone thought to maybe stop the source that's causing these problems? All of this is just going to make our neighborhood worse and farther away from our formerly quiet neighborhood. As others have said, Tom Farm Road in our rural neighborhood was not designed for the excess traffic, speeding, reckless driving, and the other types of destructive activities. This is a long way from a nice, quiet farming community. There's been a massive change and disruption to our neighborhood, surrounding areas in just a few years. I've lost complete use of my yard 7 days a week for the past 4 years. Morning, noon, and night, being woken up in the middle of the night a lot, not constantly, but a lot. Inside my house, the noise is beyond unbearable. Like I said earlier, my entire house vibrates for the entire summer. Loud music, loud announcers, loud cars, trucks, delivery trucks, loud construction vehicles, and heavy equipment constantly. And then seemingly, or then all of a sudden Friday nights come, and maybe I'm the only one that this bothers, but Friday nights come and I have, I don't know, couple hundred cars parked right next to my house, watching a drive-in movie in an R40 zone. Then when the movie's over, the floodlights come on until at least midnight or close to midnight, and before everything finally shuts down. I can stand out in my backyard, make sure I don't have anybody walking around my yard until midnight. As far as I'm concerned, the Tom Farm Road Development LLC has shown nothing but contempt, disregard, and disrespect to the neighbors in the surrounding areas. If anyone knew what Tom Farm Road Development LLC was going to turn into, they should have never been allowed to operate in this neighborhood or any R40 zone neighborhood. There are plenty of places far away from any residential neighborhoods that would be more appropriate for a large entertainment facility. My family has lived at the same address for 67 years. We've paid taxes for 67 years. We have never once complained to the police, planning, zoning, or anyone else in town for anything. Why? Because there was never a need to, not until now. Again, clearly there's something very wrong. I ask the Planning and Zoning Commission to vote no for this expanded plan. Please understand what we are all faced with this devastating annoyance on a daily basis. With all the issues you've heard here over these meetings, along with all the letters, speakers, and other exhibits you've received, please give my family, our neighbors and community, our homes, our yards, and our sanity back. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Simon, okay. All right, anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding this application? We're good for now? Okay. Shannon, is anyone else online with us?
Yes, ma'am, there are.
All right. I know. Go ahead, yeah, I know.
Okay, there is a hand raised. So again, if anyone's interested in commenting on the application for 152 Town Farm Road for the Polo Grounds, please raise your hand. You'll be acknowledged to address the commission. We have Ken Giantonio, sorry. Please go ahead, unmute your microphone, name and address for the record, please, Ken.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Ken Giantonio, 243 Waterville Road. I'm representing my wife, 2 children, and myself. I've spoke at every meeting thus far, so I'll just try to reiterate a few points, but then I want to cover a few of the other comments that I've heard tonight, maybe expand upon those. We remain focused on the issues of noise. I mean, that's what bothers us the most. The noise from cars and coffee, some noise from the polo, but more so the noise from non-polo events in the tents. And I think tonight we saw some of the sound meter readings and someone brought up, why aren't we taking those at the river? If it's 48 decibels at the fence and the event is in the back paddock there, or the stadium or whatever they built there, that corral for polo, we're right across the river. So we're way closer than the fence at that point. And you can just maybe imagine that it might exceed the decibel limits at the river, because it's at the property line that it's measured. And the river is much closer than the fence in that particular case. So
I think we lost him. No?
Yeah, Ken, did we lose you?
it's a good idea themselves, right? I mean, this never came, I don't think this came up in the past, right? In fact, at this meeting, at the last meeting, they continued to diminish the complaints. And we're getting complaints from, 40 or 30 or 40 homeowners in the area up to 3/4 of a mile away. I don't know how we have a special permit today that gives them a certain amount of events. How would we possibly think, given all that we've heard, that it would be prudent to give them the privilege of more? It makes no sense, none whatsoever. Right? I mean, they can't manage what they have already. In fact, they've managed in 5 years to make, I remember going back 5 years ago, there's maybe 2 or 3 of us speaking out against this. And now there's 30 or 40 people. So look what they've managed to do in 5 years. And we're going to give them more? You can't. It makes no sense. It is not logical. All right. Second piece of this, 8:30 to 9 p.m. is 90% of my day. 90% of my children's day, probably closer to 95% of my children's day. Yeah, this is ridiculous. All right. I mean, how many days a week? Is it going to be Monday through Sunday, 8:30 to 9 p.m.? What are the restrictions? I mean, the person who mentioned, they can't even enjoy their yard. I can't sit out in my yard and not be bothered by these guys. I can't even sit in my house sometimes and not be bothered by these guys. How is that fair? Really? I mean, think about that. How could that be fair to a homeowner? And why, as a homeowner, if I had a home business, my standard is you can't hear the business off the premises. Yet they're able to do this. The whole issue of this special permit and the regulations, I think we've gone way out of bounds here. All right. I mean, let's just talk about the charitable thing. They're not a charitable organization. The LLC leases the facility to charitable organizations. Charitable organizations pay them. All right. They're not the charitable organization. All right. That should not be the basis of the special permit. All right. And let's talk about the campers for a second. All right. Or the non-permanent housing or whatever you want to call it. Can Highland Park put a couple campers out back for busy weekends so their staff can, lay over? How about Otis Elevator? We have a bunch of H-1B people that are in or, looking for housing temporarily. Can I put them up in the parking lot? I mean, that, I can't even believe we're considering that. All right. If I had a camper in my yard, I couldn't have non-relatives in it. Right? That's the zoning law or the ordinance. How could we allow them to do that? What gives you the right to allow them to do that? I don't see that anywhere in the special permitted usage. And let's talk about the non-conforming usage, and they bring up the past. Well, non-conforming usage, I think, relates to pieces of the property or things that happened in the past that might have been superseded by new zoning regulations. Well, I don't think that includes the tents. It doesn't include the speakers. It doesn't include the big screen that pops up and blares out advertising for Mr. Bizzuto and his good charities. It doesn't do any of that. All right. All that stuff is new. It is not covered by non-conforming usage. I truly believe, I'll go back to what the other gentleman said, that the special permit, I don't know how we got here. It makes no sense to me. At the very least, I would say that, if we live with what we have, I mean, it's not great. But maybe, getting rid of cars and coffee and maybe monitoring the sound, maybe we could live with that. But any more than that, adding more to what they do already, absolutely not. It makes no sense given the complaints you've heard. None. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Shannon.
Yes, we have other hands raised. Carlos. Again, full name and address, please.
Sure. This is actually, my name is Christy Savag. I'm the publicist for Farmington Polo Club. I'm in obvious support. I've been quite patient. I've listened to all the comments. I've listened to all of the meetings, read all of the news articles, saw the TV segments. I've struggled internally on whether or not I should speak because I'm so close to this. It means so much to me. It's certainly time to speak up. We honestly have been quite conservative in our approach of support. Hundreds of people wanted to come speak, but we did not want to make this a circus. This is basically all going to come down to social people versus antisocial people, as we've seen here tonight. On that note, I do want to thank everyone who took the time to speak highly of our club and all of the hard work we do to enhance this community. I have been in the PR industry with my own PR company for over 20 years. I've represented NFL players, worked with Louis Vuitton, McLaren, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, ABC News, and Fox, to name a few. I have never had this much trouble over creating events that promote having a good time in my entire career. It is hard enough to plan, promote, and execute all of these events, let alone now have to fight to host them. I refuse to allow negativity to win and control what we do. We once wanted to play nice with the neighbors who are calling us out, and I have made the decision that it is now time to level up and do a little of that ourselves. I refuse to sit back and allow all of these embellished and stretched truths to ruin what we have built. It is beyond exaggerated, and I'm calling all of it out tonight. Neighbor A, who spoke tonight, borders our beautiful club. He has an eyesore of an unkept garden laying on our property, complete with broken down trailer and busted fence. We can provide photographs at a later time.
Oh, this is
I
great.
think they are growing dust, and I hate to even insult the word by calling it a garden. It looks dreadful. The same man who owns said garden has a daughter who called us at the club to tell us not to listen to anything her father has to say by way of complaints. I will not give any merit to a person who lives in an unkept property who doesn't know how to take care of his own home. I refuse to allow one single opinion to affect our business from a source that does not know what it takes to make anything beautiful or functioning. It is also worth noting, we offered to place a fence along his property to block his line of sight to our club. His response? No response.
What to do?
Why would you block looking at a gorgeous polo club. Nothing goes on in the middle of the night, so I'm not sure why he's
Excuse
being,
me. We're gonna interrupt. So again, the comments need to be directed with respect to the application and the pros and cons of the application. We are not going to tolerate comments regarding each of the individuals that have spoken. We have not, there has been no comments directed regarding any of the employees at the Polo Ground. It's regarding the application and the merits of the application, please. Thank you.
I'm addressing everything that has been thrown at us.
No, I would,
personal attacks.
again, I'm respectfully requesting that the comments be directed with respect to the application and the merits of the application.
Okay, we also have not had a movie night in 3 years. Neighbor B complains that the sprinklers that have kept the grass going are too loud, but that is very necessary to keep the grass from turning brown.
Right. This had
An
nothing to.
interesting,
Right,
okay, what would you like me to do?
okay. If
Isn't
you-
it the job of the applicant to respond to the neighbors?
It is.
Well, she's the public, so yes, and it's public comment with respect to you're either in favor of the application or opposed to the application. If you're in favor, then you can certainly explain to us why.
So I can continue with my talk.
With respect to the merits of the application. Mr. Fault, I'm assuming this individual works for you. If you cannot figure out how to get this redirected,
Yep.
then we'll move on to the next comment.
Please just comment on the application.
Okay, I'm moving on. When things are alive, they make sounds. We have a beautiful energy. I will not apologize for the laughter, dancing, vows, memories, parties, and the multiple events that we throw for the town of Farmington on their behalf. We have raised millions of dollars, and we also bring in millions of dollars of tourism revenue to the state of Connecticut by ways of hotels, dining, and shopping. So far, our words and actions are changing lives, making long life friendships, and making the community a better place. The negative words are accomplishing nothing that I hear tonight. I absolutely refuse to allow the negative noise that the neighbors are creating to stop all the good we do. The club was born in 1929 and recently enhanced by Bizzuto in 2018. The Polo Club before Bizzuto bought it was an unkept eyesore that caused multiple reportings to the town. Now we are a dynamic international equestrian and lifestyle tourism destination. We are a lifestyle brand and we want to keep pushing forward. It is unbelievably frustrating to be monitored on how we choose to spend millions of dollars to make our property, make your property higher in value. And we definitely see when a home is listed for sale, the first sentence is always overlooking the beautiful Farmington Polo Club or home of Dream Ride. There are,
Excuse me, this is the last time I am going to redirect you. The next time I will turn your microphone off and move to the next individual that wants to make public comment. If you have something specific to the application, I suggest you enter that into the record. Otherwise, we can move on.
all right, then we can say, I invite all of the neighbors to come kick back with some gourmet food, watch the magic unfold from our side, adopt a dog, make a new friend, donate a few dollars, watch a horse run, check out a car display. In a world that is turning negative, stifling us will be another step towards unemployment and sadness for the community. From my heart, please allow us this season and future ones to change the very few minds that oppose us. We are convinced you'll have a change of heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Many more.
Oh, we've got a few. Henry George, you may unmute your microphone and address the commission. Please provide your name and address And please have the comments related to the application before us with the Polo Grounds at 152 Town Farm Road. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the opportunity. My name is Henry George. I live in 2 Kempton Mews, less than 800 feet away from Polo Ground. First, I would like to appreciate all the town leader. Thank you for your public work. We really do appreciate that. This is not easy for you guys, I'm sure. I would like to show my concern regarding a Polo Ground, requesting more permit. I would say no for any new permit or any existing permit that they have, except for polo activity. There's several concerns that I have regarding, especially for acoustic tests that done. There was an acoustic study done by applicant regarding acoustic. What is concerning that there's no independent study done. It's really critical to do that independent study. What is missing here is a seismic acoustic test. I'm an electrical engineer for GE for 35 years and done a lot of acoustic work in past. Let me tell you, the study that was done is purely a joke. The way that the test especially done, and there's no independent studies done. Let's assume they follow all a certain acoustic level. Who will ensure that the decibel level will stay below the required level? Is the town planning to be policing the noise level? Who will control the noise level? The police will go around the decibel meter to see if the noise is low or high, or there will be a feedback loop. If the noise is too much, the breaker will trip. You know, in these events, the event planner, the one that they have rock music or any kind of the loudspeaker, they want to have the high bass. That's how they bring everyone together. I understand that that's how attract people, but it doesn't help us. The bass from the event are very disruptive. It's like being close to these cars with a high amplification. I'm sure you've seen these cars. They're sometimes behind you with a very loud speakers, and all you hear is a thump thump right behind you. That's how it feels in my house. We are the taxpayer living in an R40 neighborhood. We don't deserve this. The other issue is regarding a traffic created by this event. Is there any study done by town to see the effect of the event on existing traffic in Farmington by this applicant? The Town Farm Road becomes a parking lot. Literally in a Dream Right and some other one, the whole Town Farm Road becomes, I mean, it takes a half an hour to 1 hour to get from one end of it to the other end. I don't think any Farmington resident would like to sit in a traffic half an hour to get to their house. The other issue, what will happen when there is a fire or medical emergency? Don't you think there should be a risk study done to see the effect of this traffic on emergency vehicle and fire and so forth? Common sense will tell me someone with a heart attack will be dead by the time medical emergency get to him. Every minute counts in emergency.
Okay. Again, can we keep it with respect to?
I am giving the points that they're never.
So traffic, we understand.
I talk about acoustic, that they, the way that they test it. And, at the end, I'm hoping that this committee will take over, look at these concerns seriously with a good resolution for residents. Thanks so much. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
John Cook, you're going to unmute your microphone. Please address the commission with respect to the application. Name and address, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. My name is John Cook. I'm at 275 Waterville Road. I'm glad to be on before midnight. So thank you. I've spoken in opposition on several other occasions in the past, and want to reiterate my position as well as agree with several of the points already made in opposition. We've been in town for 12 years. We live on the property bordering within 400 feet of the Polo Grounds. I've been pretty consistent overall regarding the opposition of noise, traffic, environmental impacts, so none of it should really be of any surprise, but the emphasis for me here tonight is on noise, which has come from a variety of events, not just the Dream Ride and Cars and Coffee. I've stated that regardless of adherence to town ordinances, the town has often been, or the noise has often been unbearable. At times, we've heard that inside of our home. As others have said, we can't enjoy our home and our yard at times where one would expect to be able to enjoy it. I've heard someone say earlier that they were encouraged to stay inside their home during events. We've had to do that. We've also were told at a past meeting to sell our homes and move to an over 55 community. We were here first. We've also been told by officials to play our music on our border at 51 decibels to combat the noise. We were also just clearly called out by their publicist, and in my world, the publicist's job is to tell you exactly how an organization feels, and now apparently we know, and the town knows. We also could get hundreds of people here, and maybe it's time to do just that. I'm 100% sure that's not what they were looking for, but they continue to provide reasons to strongly object. None of it's right, but this is what the situation has become. When one visits the Town of Farmington website, in the About Farmington section, it says, Farmington is a residential suburb in the Hartford metropolitan area that has retained its distinctive character through maintenance of its historic districts and careful land use planning for the future. And when one Googles why live in Farmington, Connecticut, the following comes up. Farmington offers serene living while still having convenient access to major cities, world-class shopping, and fine restaurants. So I'd be one of many residents, obviously, from what I understand are now 4 sections of town, to challenge the serene living statement due to the noise and other concerns. 7 years ago, polo matches and some events for the benefit of children were approved during the Dream Ride. And I want to be extremely clear here, because I'm not sure I was 100% clear last time. I'm not challenging the beautification that has taken place. I'm not challenging the charitable work, the children, or the horses. Those are all positive things that I think suit Farmington pretty well. That said, 3 situations have been mentioned that make it impossible to really determine and successfully monitor the number of events that are going to take place. Several have mentioned in different ways throughout the evening. 1, the number of events under 400 are not being counted. 399 can generate a lot of disruption. And who's doing the counting? The charitable aspects, as long as the charity is attached to an event, it arguably makes the event incontestable when brought to the town for approval. You guys have a tough job to do. As I said, charity is great, but we have to consider the impact of its use with respect to this special permit and what effect it might have on the town and its residents going forward. In addition, there are now 2 properties marketed under one name, the old Farmington Club and of course the Polo Grounds itself. How many events are really going to be allowed to take place here? What I don't recall us approving was a concert venue, a motor speedway, a movie theater, a local bar, an RV park, amplified exercise facility, all of which occurred in the past, and could occur again in the future. It could morph into something else based on needs. We've been asked to give up our peace and quiet every weekday and night, and now weekdays and weekends for these things. And as a long-term resident of Farmington, I find it unacceptable. The formula, in my opinion, is pretty simple. The more events approved, the more problems are going to arise. As some have said, we brought this up 7 years ago. 7 years of trying to remedy the situation, they said earlier. To me, they've had more than a fair shot and they failed. And unfortunately, we see how far this issue has already come today with the existing event schedule. So I'd like to recommend again, in short, that the commission not approve additional activities in order to carefully preserve the elements of planning and living that the town has historically stood for. Thanks.
Thank you.
If anyone else is called in via Zoom to offer comment regarding the application for the Polo Grounds at 152 Town Farm Road, please raise your hand. You'll be acknowledged to address the commission. Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
All right. So we did the room. We went online. I know there's correspondence, which we're not going to read, but I would like to read into the record. Like, yeah.
Okay. These are all showing on the screen. These all correspondence has also been posted on the town website, except there's the last two that came in this afternoon that have not yet been posted. I will address the individual that provided the comment, and in general, whether it's in opposition or support. They will show on the screen, included in the record, and again, they've been posted and are all included on the record as part of the website. There's an email from Dave Dolly in opposition to the application. It's an email from Ken Giantonio in opposition to the application. An email from Andrew Hahn expressing concern with noise and traffic of the Polo Ground operation. Email from Dave Dolly. Again, in opposition, this specific appears to be with respect to the cars and coffee. Email from Ann Gerard expressing concern with the application. Letter from Judith Cromes. Expressing concerns with noise level with respect to events at the Polo Grounds. Email from Jim McCahill. Providing some information regarding videos that he has from 2022 and 2021. Those videos have been posted online. Email from Paulette Ludi. Expressing concern with noise and traffic with events related to the Polo Grounds. A letter from Susan Dolly expressing concern with noise and events at the Polo Grounds. Email from Kathy Keller. Expressing concern with noise with additional events at the Polo Grounds. This letter is from Melissa McCahill. Again, expressing concern with noise related to the events. Richard Glazinski. Expressed concern with the noise from the Polo Grounds. Email from Peter Bloom. Discussing history of the property. 25 additional non-equestrian events appears to be excessive and disruptive to the local community. Jenny Jarvis emailed me on behalf of her grandmother Patricia. Opposition to the request to increase in non-equestrian polo events. And also there was a video from the last meeting was from Miss Jarvis. Henry George, letter in opposition to the application citing concerns with noise and traffic. Email and letter from Ken Giantonio expressing concerns with noise and traffic. I believe some of this reiterates some of the testimony he offered. Letter from Kevin and Darla Shar. This is in support of the application. Nancy Bullock. Letter. Again, offering concerns with respect to noise and traffic and noise and traffic. Another email from Patricia Jarvis. I believe this is the transmission of the video clip that was played at the last meeting. That was it for April, and then I've got one other set of comments. Email from Ann Gerard, and again, citing concerns of traffic and noise. Letter from Dean Casano. This in support of the application. Email from Dave Dolly, citing additional concerns with the application specific to cars and coffee. This email is from Cheryl McCarthy in support of the application. Email from Peter Andrews. Citing concerns over the polo ground expansion. Again, traffic and noise being listed. Email from Pierre Gerton, the email that Mr. Gerton made reference to during his testimony this evening. Email from Ann Gerard, citing additional concerns with the application. Email from Kay Monahan, citing concerns with the application and lists some specific concerns with respect to noise level, property values, etc. Email from Matthew Goodwin, citing concerns with respect to the increase in activity at the property. Email from Thomas Kokomo in support of the application. Email from Dr. Sandra Scantling with citing concerns with the application. Email from Annie George in opposition to the application and citing the concerns. Email from Gabby and John Giblin citing citing concerns with noise. So kind of mixed, acknowledging the positive aspects, but is citing concerns with noise. Letter from Jay Sicklick. I believe based on the tone, this is in opposition, citing concerns with traffic and noise. Additional email from Peter Bloom, strongly object to some of the activities within this residential neighborhood. That concludes the written correspondence, Madam Chair.
Okay. 11. We still beat last time.
I don't think we'll be a debate over that. That's why I think you're looking at me. You want me to provide my closing remarks. Is that correct?
Can I ask a question? So if we still have if we still have questions for this application, should we leave it open?
Yeah, so at this point, you can have the applicant respond to the comments that have been made to date. If the commission has additional questions, absolutely. And yes, if there's additional information that you think you want, you would need to ask the applicant to grant an extension because the public hearing time is such that they need, in order to continue the public hearing, extensions need to be granted. If they do not wish to grant an extension, then you can close and then you process accordingly.
Okay.
One second though, clarifications on existing things though, once we close the public hearing, I'm just concerned, right? We have people calling in multiple times. Same thing, right? Traffic, noise, whatever. I don't think we're hearing anything new. We do need time to sift through the information. If we close the public hearing, can we ask the applicant clarifying questions or no? That's off the table.
No, anything that's on the record, we can have clarified. We just can't receive any new information. So if there's new information, data studies, et cetera, that the commission thinks they want, then I think you need to request that it remain open. Otherwise, then yes. But again, if you want answers or comments related to any of the public comment, then
Yes.
they could rebut. Or if the commission has any further questions for the applicant this evening, they could certainly do that.
My position, if anyone's asking, is we still have my client here ready to answer any more questions. I'm not convinced that we'll all benefit from keeping this open. Obviously, that's in your discretion, but if you have questions based on what you've heard this evening, Mr. Fault is here, Mr. Landrau's here. I'm sorry, I jumped up thinking that you wanted closing remarks from me. So I don't want to impede any further questions you have.
Well, I'll explain my thought process just for everyone and for the record, right? So, I mean, Shannon, quickly back me up here, right? We can deny this application, and is it fair to say it just goes back to the current sort of ambiguously worded special permit that exists today?
Yes.
Okay. So then if we approve this application, we can approve it as is, or we can approve it with conditions for approval. So my thought process is thinking about through the conditions for approval and asking questions on that. And in order for the applicant to respond, we need to leave this open. And if we close and I flow or a condition for approval, is it fair to say I can't necessarily do that if the public hearing is closed?
May I be heard on that? I think I may be able to resolve that inquiry because I was delivered a message from the client. And we're asking that the application be considered in a whole and not be diminished or reduced as to numbers or types of activities or hours. And the measures offered, because we're offering extensive benefits that we think will lead to a more fruitful conclusion than what exists now. But there are costs associated with that. So in balancing that, we're asking you not to reduce the hours, the activities. It's as presented. So if that, I didn't mean to cut off your answer, but if that provides you with some insight, that message has been delivered to me quite clearly. And
Thank you for delivering the message.
okay, so I'm gonna move away from the dais for now.
The only other comment I would say then is this is really a special permit. It's an existing special permit that's ambiguous, and we're trying to make it specific. And this commission's purview under the special permit is we are allowed to add sort of conditions, right, and discuss those. So if we don't have that opportunity, then we could deny that application, but then we go back to where we started, where we're just back into ambiguous language, where in theory, everything could exist in the events that have been going on with the complaints from the community could continue to exist as is. So again, I'm just trying to figure out how to move past that. I don't know if that's an answerable question at this point.
Yeah, which
I'm
way?
not sure if there's a question in there or for me, or if that's.
Oh, it's more of a statement.
No, it's a statement about opening or closing the hearing.
No, Shannon. So the compare up, I apologize.
I'm sorry. Mr.
No.
Yep. We will work with you on modifying conditions and what the measures would be there. We would have to want to offer some deliberation back and forth as to, what is going to be allowed as far as modified conditions that you come up with to try to balance what makes sense from an expense on our end to put those measures in place. So just want to look at that.
Okay. Shannon.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have polo and non-polo. Some of the non-polo activities that are happening today do not exist in the permit that was granted. Right?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. So if we were to deny it, does that automatically mean the coffee and cars is like, or do we just keep, there's a lot to do here, right? A lot to
So-
read still.
Okay, so if the commission chooses to deny it, it will revert to the existing special permit that was issued back in April of 2017 and made permanent in 2019.
Yep.
And it then will revert back to staff. And yes, I think some of the conversations that took place last summer that got us to where we are today will continue, and if an enforcement order needs to be issued, then that's what we'll need to do. So it would revert back to staff, and then we would go from there. And there are mechanisms for enforcing the permits. If this is unsuccessful, the one attempt was this. This was one attempt to avoid enforcement orders and fines. If this is not successful, then that is an option that could be explored if necessary.
Or,
Is that helpful?
yeah, so we do have to decide, right? Do we keep this open? Do we close it? Of course, get the
just-
closing comments.
If you are, just before
Yes.
you close it, the applicant does have the benefit of
Yeah, of
closing
course,
comments.
of
So
course.
just,
Yeah, yeah.
okay. No, I just want to make sure that we don't
Yeah, of course.
short circuit that right to the.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yep.
So maybe we should do the applicant opportunity to respond to some of the concerns raised. What do you think? And then we can.
I also have one other question. If we were to come up with conditions for approving the application, does that need to be done with the public hearing open, where we actually have to hear more comments from the public?
Hmm.
I'm ready to discuss.
I'm sorry,
I think
James.
that's,
So-
I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is I'm ready to discuss the application and we've got enough information. Can we start talking about conditions if we want to?
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And if you want to
But
change,
after,
if you,
public hearing does not
so
open still.
if there's a question specific that you want the applicant's feedback on and something you want to change, then my recommendation is to do it now prior to closing the public hearing.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
We're good.
So we should ask that now or?
Well,
Or I think we should have the applicant respond.
Yeah,
First,
I was
go
gonna-
ahead. We're going all over the place, but we're getting there.
We'll figure it out.
So,
Okay. I don't know whether you want me up or not. I just don't want to be disrespectful.
yes.
I don't-
we're helping you get your steps in this tonight, Miss Attorney Hoeb.
So we had a chance to ask questions. We may have more questions, and then we heard a lot, right? Some of similar, I think all similar, but we heard a lot from folks here and online. But yes, if you could, it's your chance, I guess, to respond to the comments.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna turn over to Dave. I'm not
Sure.
sure what specific comments you want us to address.
Yes, I mean, what,
So we heard, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we heard a lot of comments. Again, a lot of these were similar comments in nature to what we've heard before. Noise, traffic. We've heard some, testimony that, oh, they're going to have 400 people with blaring rock concerts, that hasn't happened to date. Amplification hours and the noise ordinance, that's really what the noise ordinance is meant to preserve. They talked about speakers, now facing towards the people on Waterville Road. The speakers face north and south, which is parallel with the river, and they were set up to do that so they would broadcast directly into the people standing in the tailgate area. There was a concern raised about liquor application and what happens if people get drunk and drive and all that. Well, the Farmington Club has been managing its liquor application for on-site and outside catering for over 30 years. They are professional. They know how to run a bar service. We heard talk about the validity of the sound tests and that it can't just be decibels, it has to be frequency based. Well, all the frequencies are caught up in the decibels. So by measuring the decibels, you're getting those. Does sound travel difference? Yes, some people may be sensitive to low frequencies. Other people are sensitive to high frequencies. It's different on everybody's situation. However, the whole quantity of the sound was rolled up into the decibel meter. It's meant to capture all of those. We talked about the pet rescue and cars and coffee, and it was mentioned how for some of those events, it's not a adoption event. It may be a fundraising event for a particular rescue. We also heard testimony how the horses aren't disturbed by the noise, that people care very much for the horses that live and stay in those stables. We heard about the Devonwood and having two different entrances and how, there's enjoyment on both sides and there's noise and traffic on both sides. So
how about the coffee and the cars and coffee, delaying the start time? Is that something you're open to doing, or is that not?
we would be open to look at that.
Okay, so there was one item, right, that came up from the public. Is there anything else we want to ask the applicant right now? Go ahead.
Yeah, so you mentioned the hiring, I think, of 2 off-duty police officers at events. I was curious how that works. Have we worked with the police department on that plan?
We have, yeah, and in fact, we met with town staff and the police lieutenant together, and actually it was his recommendations on what would be going with.
Got it. And do they have a different level of authority if they're off duty versus on duty? And
Oh, no, they would be on duty
Oh,
police
okay.
officers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's not.
in Farmington police cars and uniform.
Yeah, okay.
Was thinking of the sound issue. I mean, obviously it's a big thing that comes up and what to do about it. I think it doesn't matter which way you're gonna be measuring it, and we had different people with different backgrounds comment on it, but you definitely have a sound issue, right? I mean, many people have talked about it very clearly, the effects of it. They cannot enjoy their homes, Friday, Saturday, Sunday from May till October. That has to change, being where you're located. No one is disqualifying the charitable contributions you're making. But I'm just horrified hearing the same stuff, and the house is rattling, and it's hard to sit back here and think that is all of this made up. And I know you've been trying to measure the sound, but you have a sound issue with some of the events that are happening. We're gonna say something, James?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. When these new special permit conditions, after obviously the numerous complaints of the last couple of years, when these new conditions were drafted, was there ever a consideration of getting the neighbors involved in that process? Since you're in an R40 zone, right? So it's kind of a tough placement, tough zone, because you do have the residential requirements. So I'm just curious if you at any point considered.
No, we worked with staff and town staff on it.
Shannon, it wasn't a public hearing, or
I'm sorry, say that again?
the changes, the revisions to the special permit, was it a public hearing?
No, that's
That's
so
this.
that's just that. So we, as Mr. Fault made representation, there were a number of meetings to
Between town and
try to arrive at compromises and
we're here.
and then this.
Okay. So do we want to continue with the public hearing? Are we closing it? And if we decide to close the public hearing, my vote is not to vote tonight.
Agree.
Point of inquiry, if the commission were to determine to make what I will call any change that would be considered substantial and modifying what has been publicized as the special permit would not, you have a requirement to keep public hearing open so that respondents can respond to what will be then a somewhat substantially revised proposal or special plan,
Go.
as opposed to correcting for scrivener's errors.
We'd go around.
Yeah,
My recommendation is not necessarily, we'd go around. We've heard everything. I think if you were to bring something in that's outside.
Yep.
That has not been discussed or considered, then yes, but if it's consistent with the document, then.
Close it, close the public hearing.
Well, you can do, it's your choice, but it does not need to stay open in
Right.
order to modify, remove,
That's
or.
what I was asking earlier.
that- yeah.
We can talk about the conditions after.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Move forward.
Matt, you comfortable with that, or you're rather?
So just to confirm, you're comfortable working with us on conditions, or is it?
Yes, we are comfortable
Okay.
working with you.
Great, thank you. That works for me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to know, so what, potentially you come together and you make modifications and when we, the public, who live in the community, what input do we have that?
You,
This is it.
Right,
This was your
right.
public
You have-
hearing. Your public comment has been offered. When the public hearing closes, the commission deliberates, makes a final decision and votes.
Right.
That's a public comment.
Right.
We're not, we're
No,
not going to
it's-
continue to
right.
take comments from the gallery. We had our public comment.
These are state statutes, right, that we follow, and yes, so, Farmington is primarily special permit. These folks are in front of us for the request to expand. clearly the public got the message, which is great. And then we have this forum, we've continued it. And now we're, talking, all of us have a little different background, little different view, but it's time to decide what are we doing with this application? Are we going to put conditions on it? We hear you. We see that, we have the documentation. We have the what was approved in 2017, all the submissions you've given us. We have videos, and now you have trusted us by voting us in here. We're going to look at the various guidelines. How does this impact the neighborhood? Are there adequate safeguards? We're going to look at that. We're going to look at traffic and decide what is best with this application. But yes, so we're possibly going to extend the public hearing or end it today and then vote on it in a future meeting. But we do appreciate your input. All right.
The public has provided us with lots of input, which is what we'll use to move forward.
I vote that we close and vote in the future. You guys are okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're okay with it? Are you okay with it?
Plan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Shannon, you're good? We have, so we still have things to review. We can ask clarifying questions. Go ahead.
Attorney Hohab has his closing.
Yeah, yep.
Madam Chair, it can't happen without my glasses, so just give me a moment. Okay, well, first of all, thank you to staff and to you as the commission. It's been 3 very extensive hearings. Everyone has had an opportunity to be heard in this matter, sometimes on numerous occasions, followed by the written word as well. So thank you for your patience in hearing this. This application is important to us, and I think the commission recognizes that this is an effort to ratify the prior approvals and remedy some of what would be concerns from the neighborhood. That's my perspective. It's not about increasing the number of events, because if we look at it carefully, the applicant has permanent approval for the
Ladies and
You're
gentlemen,
done.
you've had your
We got
opportunity
it,
for
yeah.
comment.
Sorry.
Attorney Hohab is offering his closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant has permanent approval for the equestrian activities, the Dream Ride, and 12 other non-polo activities. 6 of those 12 can be 3-day events. And if you add those together, those would be 24 days of non-polo activity. I'm not making that up out of whole cloth. That's actually represented in the sheet you were provided by town staff, where it says 6 multi-day events could be 6 3-day events, which is 18, plus 6 additional events equates to 24. The new version just counts days, and the max is 25. So if we're analyzing that way, there's only one more non-polo sanctioned event under that portion of the amendment. This germinated with the town planner contacting Mr. Fall to review the activities of this property. And I think the neighborhood concerns can be distilled to two items: excessive noise and the weekly Sunday morning event commonly referred to as Cars and Coffee. It has similar events, but with different clever names, but they're Sunday morning cars. After several initial discussions, the planner and Mr. Fall surveyed the prior approvals, went through all of them with the intent of enhancing enforceability, and they drafted an amendment to the prior special permit approvals. That's what's brought us here today and for the last couple of weeks. And part of this amendment allows the parties to enter into sort of a meeting of the minds. It's a balance regarding the 4-hour Sunday morning events known as Cars and Coffees and the other events contemplated by the applicant. The Cars and Coffee, there were several iterations of the amendment, and the balance was to seek the flexibility to hold events and address the concerns of the neighbors. After a meeting with town staff and Lieutenant Vincent, somebody asked whether we met with the police department. we collectively crafted the best way to mitigate noise and traffic concerns on Sunday mornings for these events. There were a couple follow-up emails, and the proposal to mitigate the Sunday impacts are found in the Exhibit A, which is part of this amendment. It's also known as the Sunday Morning Event Protocol. It's very, very specific. It says events shall not start before 8:30 a.m. Set up prior to 8:30 shall not include vehicles with backup alarms, because that had come up in a discussion. Event advertisements shall include expected driving etiquette for attendees to address minimizing vehicle noise and speed along Town Farm Road and on Farmington Polo Club premises. The Farmington Police Department is to be engaged to provide coverage and enforcement along Town Farm Road and on the premises. And in fact, Lieutenant Vincent suggested that we start with 3 officers, and then if we get the traffic calming results that we are hoping for, reduce it to 2. We're paying for that out of our pocket, and that's why we talk about the balance of the expense and what we're asking for. Signage to be placed along Town Farm Road for the duration of the events, reminding attendees to be considerate of the residents and that traffic enforcement is in place. Signage to be placed on the club, which it will exist for the duration of the events. Attendees that are found not to be in compliance with our rules will be warned or barred from attending any other activities. So again, this protocol is for Cars and Coffee is very comprehensive and very specific. I actually have not seen anything like it in any zoning application that I've worked on. And it's our goal to remedy or ameliorate any effects of the Cars and Coffee. You know, this applicant desires safe roads and proper enforcement of the motor vehicle statutes as well. It's not like we want flagrant abuse of speed or noise. We encourage motor vehicle enforcement on Town Farm Road, which would also apply to many vehicles that travel on Town Farm Road towards the Avon recreational fields on a Sunday morning. Now I want to talk about noise, because this is important. After the first hearing, the applicant arranged for a test to verify the sound system if it could comply with the sound regulations. We know it's an informal test. It's not a highly empirical exam, but we found by working with the speakers, adjusting the equipment, that we easily could come in within the sound ordinance. And then again, recently, very recently, at the most, I would say within 10 days, the most recent polo match, we did the same thing, and we came within the limits. And I can understand why you'd be a little skeptical. It's like, we controlled the test, we had the meter, you know, you could suggest it's a hidden ball trick, but what I think mitigates that is we're offering to this commission that we install for events permanent microphones or meters to pick up the sound. And we would allow staff to designate the location, because you know, we're not going to fix them in one spot. We want it to be as independent as possible. Those results would be available to the town staff to review. So that will help you with guidance in terms of sound or noise. I think by proposing these improvements, including the monitoring of the sound, the applicant is demonstrating good faith by supporting identifiable standards with which the town can rely upon. Listen, you've heard a lot of people support this amendment, and some of whom are very close proximity to the property. You've also heard from neighbors who oppose this amendment. And I have to tell you candidly, when I've canvassed the audience, some of these are my friends and some of them are my clients. And so I take it very earnestly that I'm doing the best job on behalf of my client to be able to get control over whatever the concerns would be in this neighborhood. There is little or no disagreement over the quality or the appearance of the property or the good intentions of the applicant. No one's doubted it. There's been really an earnest response, even from the opponents, that that's not in question. And even though sometimes the testimony from the opponents has been sort of hurtful and there's a lot of it, I believe the neighbors are sincere. We hear that. And so this is our best effort to try to get control over a situation that previously is unsatisfactory. The amendment sets forth a protocol to define compliance through our noise regulations. It is a common sense amendment that codifies the use of the noise regulations. You can consider the testimony of Carlos Landrau, who has stated that he'll be in attendance at these events to enforce the protocols. And I think it's fair for you to be able to assess his credibility as a witness. Yeah, we understand there have been modest growing pains during our activities, but we maintain the applicant has responded to make corrections. More importantly, we've worked very hard to present this collaborative effort with the town to present this amendment to you. This applicant was recognized as an economic driver for Farmington by the Economic Development Commission, which I think is noteworthy. The activities at the Polo Grounds support local restaurants, food service providers, hotel accommodations. I'm just going to make it very short. In short, we're committed to being a good neighbor. We ask for your approval of this amendment as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're good? All right, so at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing. Shannon, do we need a motion to continue like the vote or it can just go on the next agenda?
Nope, it can go to the next.
All right. All right, we're good. All right, the last item is a continuation, an item that's continued. I cannot even speak. It's application from Carrier Group Incorporated for 25 lot cluster subdivision on lots 8517, 8518 Morea Road. We closed the public hearing on April 24th. And we're here again. And thank you for staying.
So I have 2 items to share with the commission related to this, and then you can deliberate and discuss, which I believe I had suggested to you. So
Is Gerbulis need to come back?
Yes.
oh, yes.
Yes, he does. Thank you.
Does somebody go rescue him?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Sleeping. I know.
Well, he's no, he is gonna call in, but I'm gonna.
Madam Chair, at point of order, I don't think that sign should be. I think
We
that's
shouldn't have
correct to
signs.
communicate with the
Yeah.
commission. I think it should be removed.
Shannon,
Not
just-
doing it to be mean, but that's unfair. That'd be maybe like holding.
you can,
I completely agree.
I agree.
look, just, yes, they get outside.
Attorney Hope have to use less offensive words, you know, like, he's not doing it to be mean. And you can find that one thing, you know, he characterized the people at the last public hearing.
Public, this is, public hearing's closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
public hearing's closed.
And all these
Please take the sign down.
stuff.
Thank, oh,
And really offended because he's a lawyer, he's a master of lawyers.
wow. All right.
And public
That-
hearing is closed. Thank you.
Yeah, that is,
Please take the sign down.
please, all right. If you want to call in, if it maybe is helpful, go ahead. Please remove the sign. The public hearing portion is closed. Thank you. Is Mike on?
He did call in. Mike, you can unmute your microphone. He's, yeah, he's.
I'm here.
Okay, hi, Mike, thanks. Mike Grabulis?
Commissioner Grabulis is back on participating online. He
Thank you.
left the meeting because he had to recuse himself from the Polo Grounds application. So he is back on participating as active member with the Maria Road application.
So go ahead with your updates.
Okay, 2 items. Just making the commission aware that we received a petition today from a member of the community in opposition to the application with the request that this be considered and with the thought that it would force a 5-6 or supermajority vote with respect to the application. We have consulted with our town attorney, Robert DiCrescenzo. And with respect to 2 points, it will, is not germane to this application. It's submitted after the public hearing is closed, as one, so it is not part of the, active record. And, the state statutes are clear, subdivisions and special permits require a simple majority to pass, and the commission has no authority to change the simple majority requirement that is outlined in the state statutes.
Right.
The second item for the commission, I had sent you an email, but granted it was quite late in the day, and I certainly respect that some of you probably did not see this. With respect to the Murray Road application, staff has reviewed the matter and again consulted with the town attorney. And out of abundance of caution, he's recommending we have Inland Wetlands Commission review the final current plan to ensure they conform with the original approval from last spring and are consistent with the conditions of the Inland Wetland Commission approval. Given this, respectfully requesting the commission can still deliberate this evening, however, requesting that we hold, that the commission hold on any vote on this application till at least the May 22nd meeting.
Okay.
So, so that, those are the 2 items. I have plans that I can bring up, so any of the documentation, if it's helpful, I can bring up so anything.
Sure.
If you want it up on the screen, I'm happy to do
Just
so.
as a point of clarification, I cannot speak, correct? Because I'm an alternate
Wait, Mike,
voting member.
you were, right, because the hearing is.
No, we
closed.
got to figure out our math on this.
And Mike, you've been on this one, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so Mike has been on a voting member for Patrick.
Correct, but we may need to switch.
I'm around the 22nd,
Okay,
Right.
but can James not speak? Is that a true statement?
correct.
Okay.
The hearing's closed. Correct.
Are you trying to leave? Is that?
No, no, no. I'm gonna stick through it just in case.
Well, in case,
If it
right,
goes
because
on further,
he has
it's
been,
here.
Yeah.
here for all of them, so
Yes, they,
I'm here.
yeah,
in case we change status.
Keep my thoughts to
in the
myself.
future, yeah. All right,
Right, because Gerbula, so I've got 6, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah, you can go. All right, excuse me, Mike, on the phone, Mike. Because you had a little bit of a break.
You get to go first.
You get to go first, that's right.
I really didn't have much to add tonight. I was just, you can have everybody else go first with their thoughts, and that's fine with me.
All right, well, you'll be the last, don't worry. Matt, when you think of Carrier Limited, do you have questions for Shannon? You want to
Just to
review anything new, comments?
Sure. Just to confirm, Shannon, right, for the record, for the stormwater calculations, right? The application, right, based on town's review, has met our current standards.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just say, just for comments for me, these ones are really complex for me. I think we've done one other sort of cluster subdevelopment in my stay here on the commission, and they're really challenging to sort of balance obviously all the information and balancing it with the public comment and really the land use records. And you know, in general, I'll just quickly just comment on how I see my role on this commission, because I think that's important and really important for the public. For something like this is sort of a subdivision and cluster development application. My job with this one here, my sort of volunteer job, if you will, is not to set policy. This isn't a zone change. This isn't a text amendment change, right? So it's a special permit hearing for the construction of 25 single family homes in R40 zone. I need to follow the rules that are laid out in the regulations. I can't ignore the regulations and I can't, you know, if I don't like them, I can just ignore them or say, sorry, I don't like this one. I kind of have to follow the rules as they are presented. So for me, that's how I'm thinking through this and weighing the evidence and testimony presented during the public hearing. And, you know, that's kind of where I'm at with this. So, yeah, again, for me, there's really 3 buckets: the stormwater runoff, the traffic, and the wildlife and conservation. So I'll just quickly, if we're gonna
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
go full through the whole thing here. So, you know, the stormwater runoff, right? There's a lot of math in both sides here. You know, again, I need to hear the evidence presented to me during public hearing, and you sort of hear from everyone who shows up, the applicant, the public. So again, based on the evidence presented to me and confirmed by our town staff, who's our sort of paid professional engineers, right, of the town, to me, this applicant meets the regulations for stormwater runoff, right, where the stormwater will be addressed on site. I did not see any specific evidence to state otherwise. DEEP, Connecticut, even the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection also signed off on this during construction. You know, 2, traffic, for me, based on the evidence presented and again, confirmed by our staff, this meets our regulations. You know, I agree with the testimony that, you know, there's 50 cars, say there's 50 cars, right? 2 cars per house. I kind of agree, cars will not be coming and going at the same time. You know, anecdotally, I live in a no outlet subdivision here in town with over 25 houses and can confirm not everyone leaves and arrives at the same time. And then for me, really the most important one was the wildlife and conservation. Like for me, this is always a priority here in town. I think that's why a lot of people move here in town. And again, just based on the evidence presented to me, because that's how I looked at it. So, you know, based on the review by DEEP with their review of the natural diversity database and the REMA ecological services. And again, in my opinion, it shows that this application sort of meets our standards. So, you know, again, I will say, you know, again, based on just my hat on this commission, I'm not on inland wetlands, and that's different. I'm also not on town council. Town council has the authority to acquire land in town. The land acquisition committee runs through the town council. Were they in their right to explore the purchase of this property? Were they in their right to have creative conversations with this community or more study about ways to purchase this property? Sure, maybe they could have. I'm not sure. I'm not on the town council. Is that a fair question for the residents to ask? I think so. But again, that's not a decision I can make as a commissioner on plan and zoning. So that's
Thank
just
you.
sort of my
No,
general
very
thought
well
there.
thought out. Thank you. Absolutely. How about you, Scott?
Well, I've got some similar thoughts to Matt, actually, and he said it probably better than I will, but I've been on the commission for roughly 3.5 years now. And one of the greatest things that I've learned in the process is it's not about what I like or don't like. It's not about other boards' decisions and whether I like them or don't like them. That I've got a duty, again, whether I like all of them or not, to the regulations of this town. And when I look at this application, maybe there's some things I don't like about it, but I have to put those to the side and look at what our town says the requirements are, and a town staff that I trust to tell us when some of that math goes above my head, whether it fits or not within our regulations and is going to not be a problem down the road. So I have to factor all those things in, again, whether I like or not, make a decision based on those factors. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I feel like we should go to Mike at the end. Like, what's going on?
Mike's like,
I know.
I think I shared my thoughts last go around. I'll reiterate, you know, similar to what Scott and Matt hit on. I'll go a step further that if I was on inland wetlands, I'd have an absolutely different viewpoint than what got passed along to us. But again, I'm not. There would have been different conditions in place. But when I took this job, it absolutely, you know, has nothing to do with my opinion of the feel. It comes down to, you know, as both Matt and Scott talked about, rules and regulations. And, you know, I know how much time, you know, Shannon, Bruce, and a bunch of other people have spent on this. several iterations and you know, modifications that happened accordingly. So, you know, I'm in agreement with what Scott and Matt talked about. I'll tell you, it's a difficult one, but it's not for us to voice our personal opinion. So, you know, that's how I plan to vote when we ultimately vote, is based on rules and regulations and not my opinion.
Fair. Go ahead, Liz.
I have to echo what everyone has said. It's right. It's not, I like it, I don't like it. It's whether it's met requirements, it's whether what our town has created as regulations to guide our growth. And based on all the immense work, this was not dealt with lightly by the town staff. They have been diligently working on this, and I greatly appreciate and respect all the work that they do that helps answer my questions, because like Scott, I don't know the math to do the stormwater calculation, so I go to a trusted expert, and that's the town staff, and I will base my vote on what the rules and regulations that this town has created guides our growth.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time, everyone. I thought all the questions. No, he'll be the last, remember?
Oh, sorry.
You're still last. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you to all of you for your time. The meetings were crazy long. You had amazing questions. You spent a lot of time reviewing the questions, you know, hearing all kinds of things from the public. You know, of course, I have to throw in a realtor fact. Private property rights came in effect in 1789. That's a long time ago. Of course, we have other things that happened during the history that are not so nice, you know, with deed restrictions and slavery, but 1789, private property rights came in effect. We're talking about private property owned by a family. We had the family member speak, and it's on the market. It's on the active market. From what we were told, it was in multiple offers, and the Carrier family is pursuing it. The town did have a couple options, it sounds like, from purchasing this. You know, at the end of the day, you're looking at 70 acres of conserved land. I think that's not too bad. The whole Trinkus, Mr. Trinkus, I guess, piece threw me for a loop. He had a lot of good points. He has quite a resume. A lot of it is inland wetland. I would say 99% is inland wetland. So I don't know how that unfolded there, but like you all know, Inland Wetland Commission is a separate entity, and they voted. It's back again for the review of the current plan, but that's why we're not voting today. Traffic, any new traffic in our town is a problem, in my opinion. I don't think our roads are set up that way. I don't think it's extensive traffic that we're talking about. We had one neighbor, I think, you know, many times he wanted a guarantee that he would not have any water in his existing home. I don't think that's a reasonable request. I don't think any builder would do that. But I, like you, will vote with, you know, the guidelines that we have set, both between the town and the state. It is going to be a tough decision. That's why we like this board, right? We make tough decisions when we have to. And yeah, let's see what happens with inland wetland. I will turn it over to Mike Gribulis, and then we'll circle back again. Mike, this is it.
I would just, not to reiterate what everybody else just said, but, you know, certainly the questions that I've asked and have been mostly about, you know, not causing further issues for neighbors across the street. And that's why my questions have been, we hear both sides of it, but, you know, we have professionals in our town office, and that's why, you know, I go back to them for the tough questions. And I think that they've done a great job and they've given me the answers that I need. You know, and like everybody else, you know, you're worried about, you know, the animals in the area, you know, seeing the letter from DEP, you know, who's our, you know, authority on that in the state was nice to see. But other than that, that's all I have.
Thank you. And I appreciate you being so polite with me putting you on the spot, but thank you.
No
I know, we hear you. Matt, I feel like you had
I had one more that I failed to miss. And it was sort of a condition, but I think just a minor one, right? Just thinking about the wildlife and conservation. Mike, you know, mentioned this sort of, you know, wildlife, animals. So the pest management plan, which will be managed by the HOA. To me, I read it as sort of, you know, it's, you know, kind of voluntary. And I was, you know, it talks about, in the overview, it talks about, you know, the periodic testing of soil. And it talks about the results may be forwarded to the appropriate town agencies review. Like, could we strengthen that one up a little to either put in a specific time frame for testing and require that those tests be sent to the town? Again, just instead of may, you know, must, there's, you know, so that was just my sort of one. I don't know if that's minor or not, but
no, that's good. Shannon, you can probably do we normally receive annually subdivisions? Like-
We don't, but we can.
Okay,
So that's absolutely a change that can be made and change the permissive to required.
okay.
Absolutely.
that's a bad way to put it. Thank you, Shannon.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you. But that's a really good point. It's the whole wildlife, right? I know that a lot of it is gonna stay intact, but yeah, I know, I struggle with it too. So we don't, 1/3 of our town is open space, but we don't have a lot of space that we can develop. This is probably like the last parcel that I can think of in town.
Yeah, very true.
We're good for now. We're not voting. Yeah, everybody has a chance. We have questions for Shannon? Besides what? No? Okay.
Nothing. Okay.
So we're good for this evening, Shannon, regarding carrier group.
Okay. Do you want me to draft a resolution? You want to just go your own? I need a little.
Don't look at me. Yes, Shannon, please.
direction.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what the,
I can draft both.
Yeah.
You know, I would. the
Yeah.
town
Yes.
attorney
That makes sense.
prefers that both are drafted and then you folks can
fine,
give you
thank
some
you.
framework.
Perfect.
That would be good. And I am supportive of Matt's idea to add that
As am I.
modification.
Yep.
I think that's a very important point. Thank you for remembering me.
One for me.
Well done, Matt.
Anything else that anyone thought of? No? All right.
We're good.
All right. We do have one planner's report item, ladies and gentlemen, just real quick.
We're not gonna do that residential review.
Yeah.
Well, there's,
I'm just
Start
kidding.
now.
I've got
Please,
something to
We need
share
a
on that
meeting though.
too, but
We need a separate session.
James. Good catch.
Yes.
next Wednesday. Next Wednesday.
Shannon, would you be so kind as to explain, I'm sorry, I didn't understand it, where it's back again for review of the current and the public. What does that mean?
So I just exactly what I said at the start of the meeting, that in reviewing the status with Attorney DiCrescenzo, out of just caution, he's suggesting that the current plan go back to wetlands for their final review and concurrence, that it complies with their original approval and their conditions of approval that were issued back last spring.
There were 2 letters that were sent to go to wetlands. Did they go to wetlands?
They were sent to Chair Hannon.
Shannon, will it be a public hearing?
Not necessarily currently, it's going in under planner's report because it's just asking them to compare the plan to what they've already looked at to what the current plan is. So no, there's not necessarily right now it's solely staff conversation with the commission. Metacomet Trail,
Yes.
request for a bypass. So this is a portion of the property that the town purchased just a couple of years ago. It's on the south end of town near the Plainville town line. It's the Iudi property. The Metacomet Trail, the existing path, and I have some photos to share, goes straight up a rather steep embankment. The trail manager, Peter Dorpelin, is requesting that he be permitted to create a bypass that brings it up and around so that it's a shallower traverse around and not as steep an incline, which would be helpful during inclement weather and for I think the term used, hikers that are perhaps a little less hardy. And no trees are going to be removed. Peter blazes the trails. Apparently there is a tree that is blown down, so that'll be cut so that the path can get opened, but there are no trees actively being removed. So it is in the ridge line, which is why it is, the request is before you. Obviously, if you have concerns, then he can issue a permit. So here you can see this is a portion of the existing trail looking rather quite straight up the hill.
Is that a dog?
It is, it's
Pete's dog.
Sorry.
it is a dog. Good eye. And then I believe this is a portion that would be coming the
There.
less steep, so the bypass around. And then this again is just looking at the top where that first picture. So this is the other direction. So it would be looking down the trail. So you can quite evidently see that the existing trail is rather steep. So unless there's a concern voiced by anyone, I'm going to go ahead and let Peter just go ahead and make the modification unless anyone has a question or concern.
Did I miss?
No, I was just gonna say, Pete's a great guy and he knows his hiking stuff, so I would support him.
You said they're reblazing the new trail?
So he's responsible. He just maintains the blazes in this part. He's the trail manager
Yeah.
for this portion. But yes, that bypass would get blazed as
Okay,
well.
gotta
So
just make sure you hear that. No trees, right? Is that no trees?
no trees are
Great.
coming down,
Thank you.
correct?
I do just have one question. Is it at the? Oh, so it's kind of on the other side of Rattlesnake Mountain from Route 6?
Correct. So you'd have
Okay.
to come, it's the downhill, right? So
Okay.
it's the southern, so here's Rattlesnake, it's the southern side, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
I've gone up Rattlesnake, but not
Any
down that
concern?
way.
Mike, no, we're good. We're good.
We're good. All
Yeah.
good. Perfect.
Good.
Thank you.
Go rule as we just said, we're good.
You don't get
Sounds
a
good.
set.
Okay. Okay, and then just real quick with a work session, Inez and I have been contacted by a very persistent resident, and actually he's not a resident. He is contacted us on behalf of his sister who owns a property over near Wood Pond Lake at the West Hartford town line. And resides in California, is familiar with accessory dwelling units and has sent, it was middle to end of last week, sent me a document on his thoughts regarding accessory dwelling units. I did speak with him today, explained that it would be late in the evening and that this would not be actively discussed, but I did tell him I would like to read the document he sent to me first. I'm sure you can understand that in the last 3 business days, I have not read the document that the gentleman sent to me. Read it, we'll share it with you, and then suggested that perhaps he join us for one of the meetings in June. So that's where that
Perfect.
stands.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, so, so I'll take a look at it and I will get that shared out. And no, I have not, again, I didn't think the issue was going to be with getting an extra work session in, is not trying to find a calendar date. It's staff figuring out when they can get there. So I will revisit that, see where it stands. If
Okay.
it makes sense to get something in the next 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we will. So stay tuned
You got
on
it.
that.
Okay.
So, all right, and that's all I have on that, unless somebody's got a question.
No.
Questions for
Don't need to
Shannon?
do-
Okay.
We're good.
Just newspaper yesterday's Current had a big article about West Hartford's development.
Yep.
And their rail, or excuse me, their transit based stuff.
TOD.
It's interesting
Mhm. Okay,
in Elmwood.
we're good.
That's
All
all I
right.
have.
Mike Gribble, you have any questions for Shannon?
No questions. Thank you.
Right. All right, so we just, thank you. We need a motion and second to approve the minutes, please.
I move that we approve the minutes of the April 24th, 2023 Town Planning and Zoning Commission meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yay. Opposed? No. 11:53, meeting adjourned.